Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this council chambers on a beautiful day before Valentine's Day. So again, today is February 13th, and welcome to chambers. Again, if I mentioned once, I mentioned many times, it's always good to take Valentine's Day to focus on your significant other, because we all know that we're not able to do what we do without having that strong person behind us propping us up and picking us up every time we fall down. So tomorrow's Valentine's Day, and it's a day to celebrate and recognize the people that are in your lives that keep on propping you up and love you unconditionally. Members of council, there's an agenda before you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council adopt the February 13th, 2023 regular council meeting agenda as presented here this evening.
Thank you. Administration, anything to add to the agenda?
Nothing to add, Your Worship.
Okay. Members of council, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Okay, move on to number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents or anybody to address council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Your Worship, no one registered.
Thank you. Anybody in the audience that would like to address council on anything that's not on the current agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to number 4 of our presentations. We have 2 today, ladies and gentlemen. First one is the Stony Plain and Parkland Pioneer Museum. So, welcome to the organization. There's a shut-up sheet in front of you, I think? Yep. Yes, and please just sign in and then go ahead and introduce yourself and your team, your board members that are here, and then we'll go from there.
Good evening. I'm Roger Peterson. I'm Vice President of the Pioneer Museum. And Mayor Choi, members of council, members of staff, thank you for inviting us to make a presentation about an exciting project that we have going here at the museum that we've been planning for the last 3 years. It's a project that really is an opportunity for us to capture the history and of the power generation and coal mining history that's been going on for the last 50 years in our community, and recognize the contribution that has made to our community and capture that history. Our project will focus on that history, as well as include an update to military display that we've been working on, and as well provide some well-needed space for our artifacts that we have outside. So we're looking at providing some cold storage undercover for that we've needed for quite a number of years. It's an exciting project. It's a big project, and we think that it's an opportunity for us to capture some important history from our community that we may lose if we don't take action right now, because things are being wound down, and if we don't take action now, we may lose that opportunity. We're coming today to make a presentation and ask for your support, financial support, in terms of capital dollars to help us move forward with the project. We believe that it will provide an opportunity for us to attract many more visitors to our community, people that have worked in the county and the parkland and the power generation in the county, and we think that it'll be of interest to them. Maybe 1,500 to 2,000 a year are people that may come and visit our community as an impact. With that, I'd like to turn it over to David and have David describe the project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, for allowing us to come before you today. So this project, the last one that we completed, was our International Harvester building, and that was built and completed in 2020 and open to the public in 2021. Since about 2019, we've been working on a number of projects, and this new extension and expansion to the museum facility stems directly from these projects. So the official name is our facility expansion project, and the need that it came from really started with the Power and Parkland project, which is capturing the history of the last 60 years of the coal-fired electrical generation and transmission that came from this county, and the importance that it had on the town, the county, and all the communities of this area. As we worked on it, we realized that the space required for it would be considerable, and we had no place that we could put it. So this is one of the needs that it's driving was the need for a new building, heated, so that it would be available for people to see throughout the winter. The second need was redoing our military exhibit. And every year we do an assessment of exhibits that we don't have, that we should, and exhibits that are in dire need of renewal. And our military exhibit, as with things and the public's newfound kind of passion about Remembrance Day and honoring our veterans, and also what's happening in the world today, really kind of drove that home. The third need was we have, over the last few years, been given a great deal of vehicles and equipment and things, and we are basically running out of space to show them. So that's a general overview, and I'll just talk to some of the details. The Power and Parkland project has been said, we've been working on this for quite some time. And in addition to already collecting artifacts and equipment, we've been raising money. So we actually have $100,000 in the bank, specifically raised for this project. And that has really been an indicator of the passion that this project has actually shown, not only with the people on the committee, but in everybody that we've been speaking to, right from TransAlta through the mining companies, right down to all kinds of companies and individuals that have had their lives impacted by this industry. And on this slide, you can see that there's some pretty important history, and this is just a very small snapshot. But a few things that I'd like to point out is that at one point, they were generating 67% of all of Alberta's electricity right here. That at any given time, there were 1,100 plus employees at the plant, not counting about 500 contractors that were being brought in. And that's on an annual basis. We tried to, there was no way for us to find out how many they employed over the 60 years, which was 52 to 2011. But I would guess that it's in the range of 20 to 30,000 people that were employed in this area through the industry. And talking with our TransAlta contact, there's still some people at the plant that are in the high 30s and low 40s for years that they have been there. So with this, we are we're already developing, we're working on the footprint, and we have all kinds of models already donated through TransAlta. We have training equipment. These are electronic modules that are like the electrical panels that would have been in the plant that they used for training new people. We've already got quite a number of pictures, of videos, all that we'll be including. And TransAlta has been a huge supporter. It didn't arrive in time for me to submit with our PowerPoint, but I've included a letter of support from TransAlta. And just so you know what their commitment is to this project, they've donated $45,000 specifically to the project, another $10,000 for us to produce a booklet which will capture the history. And just every time that we turn around, they are offering to help us with equipment, things of historical need that they're trying to grab before it disappears. The second permanent exhibits that is going to be in the heated building is for our military. And that is really to document and show Canada's contribution to both war and peace. So basically from the Boer War at the turn of the century and right along through to the peacekeeping in Afghanistan. There will be a focus, though, on local people. And I'd like to just give you a short story of the kind of things that are going to be in it. It's about Flight Lieutenant William Cameron, who is from Stony Plain. He was a Spitfire pilot, shot down in Italy, and was taken prisoner into Stalag 3, or Luftstalag 3. He was one of the 70-odd people that was a part of the Great Escape. And along with, I believe, 21 other people, he survived it. The others were captured and executed. He was one of, I believe, 6 or 7 Canadians that were part of that Great Escape, and he was the only one that was not executed. And after the war, he returned back here to Stony Plain. And he was the brother of one of our very long time and cherished members, Kay Mothersall, and I'm sure many of you know her or knew her. She just passed away this past year. So that's the kind of thing that we want to highlight, is the local stories. And we've already have a great working relationship with Stony Plain Legion. They've agreed unanimously to support the project and work with us to make sure that we can capture these stories. And we also have calls out. We're hoping to meet with the other 3 legions in the area, Spruce Grove, Onaway, Evansburg. And on Thursday, we're hoping to meet with them and explain what we're trying to do and try and bring them on board to work with us on this project. The second building will be unheated. And again, so this is for not just storage, this is for unheated display. Just like what was the Toby Kazeel Pavilion is our main storage / display building. That's what this will be. And as we mentioned, we've had a lot of donations recently. That includes 5 vehicles that came from Fort Edmonton, along with 2 beautiful carriages that had important local history to Edmonton, but that they didn't have the space for any longer due to their changes. And you can see in the picture there just the crowded area in our My Shack building, which doesn't lend itself very well to our visitors being able to go around the machinery and the vehicles, and also what we're having to store outside. So this goes a long way to help us relieve some of the pressure and make it a much more enjoyable visit for our visitors, and also our responsibility to take better care of the articles that are in our collection. And the donations aren't going to stop. Right now, we have been named in a estate that we know of probably 5 or 6 fully restored tractors are coming from a gentleman's collection that he gifted to the museum. And it's rare that a week goes by that I don't get a phone call and people who are wondering what to do with their parents' things or their own collection, so that it's taken care of for the future. The next one is the cost, okay? That's always the big one. And it's not cheap, $865,000. The unheated building will be $220,000, and the contractors would erect that, start to finish. The only work we'll be doing is putting in the gravel floor and making sure that it's readily packed and usable. It will have clear panels, so we won't have to worry about electricity. The heated building, and both of these buildings are 60 feet by 100 feet. We pick that size for a specific reason. That's the largest we can go without fire suppression. And in the future, we will be looking at if we're ever going to join up any of our buildings, that will be a major factor in how and what we plan. So the heated building will have in-floor heating, and will probably be divided into 3 sections: one for the Power and Parkland exhibit, one for the new military exhibit, and we will have an open space where we can have temporary exhibits or traveling exhibits, things that we would have liked to have brought in before and either haven't had the space or the proper space to put them in. So that building will be $615,000. The difference of $30,000 is to help mitigate some of the costs. And as all of you know, what the prices have been doing lately, we've been trying to be aware of that factor very much, so that when this comes to pass, we won't be strapped for funding. And that leads us to ongoing costs, and that's something that we're very well aware of. We have been working on this for the last few years of trying to plan for these cost increases. And based on our current facility, our current heating bills, our insurance, we worked out what the square footage increase will be. And that came out to about $4,500 a year. With that in mind, TransAlta, we had a conversation with them about the costs of what this is going to do to our long-term budget, and they have sponsored $5,000 a year for 5 years once the building goes up, to help mitigate these costs. In addition to that, I think many of you are aware of the waste to energy project that has been brought to the town and was also brought to the museum in the hopes of getting a demonstration unit donated free of charge at the museum. And my last conversation with Ian Soder is that this is very much alive and, in fact, is looking more promising to have that demonstration unit. So we're continually looking for things that will try and bring down our operational costs and help us as we want to continue to develop. So here's our budget, and as you can see, we have our own capital fund. Whenever we are fortunate enough to have any kind of surplus at the end of the year, we build up our funds so that we have funds available if we want to apply for a grant or if we have maintenance. We used our maintenance fund, I believe about $30,000 of it in 2022 for some repair and maintenance projects. The $100,000 is also on hand, and that will match a CFEP grant for $125,000. And I'd like to note that about halfway down is work donated in kind. At the time when we wrote this, it was pending, and we just found out at the end of last week that that has been confirmed. So the work in kind, and that is to prepare the property, the land, and level it, and create a working pad, has been donated. So that is now confirmed. And once again, that was from TransAlta, that they've been willing to do this. So our need is to leverage every penny we have, and in order to be able to do as much as we can with our funds. And that's one of the reasons why we didn't go with just the one building, because by leveraging our own capital, our sponsorship, and the other grants, that we're trying to do more with what we have. Which brings us to our ask to the town of Stony Plain, and we will also be asking Parkland County for the same amount of $75,000. If we are successful with those asks, that $150,000 brings us up to $400,000, and that is our matching for the federal spaces grant that you can see there on the fourth line. Both of those grants have been applied for and are pending. We hope, most cases with those grants with CFEP, you probably are aware, it usually takes about 6 months for us to find out whether we were successful or not. In the meantime, we're going to be continuing our own fundraising, both for the Power and Parkland, for the military exhibit, and for the buildings themselves. We're well aware of the size and scope of this project, and we want to make sure that if there is anything that happens, any cost overruns, that we're prepared. The impact for the museum will be significant. It's a major change and increase in the facility. But from what we can tell, there is no other museum in the province that will have such an all-inclusive exhibit on the production and the mining, the electricity, or the electrical generation, the transmission, and the distribution. Nobody else is going to have a museum or an exhibit that will show all of this. And we truly believe that our visitor numbers right now are just under 20,000 per year. And we estimate that it's probably going to be a significant increase from 5 to 10% overall increase just with that exhibit alone, not counting the military, not counting the improvements and the extra highlight that and focus it'll put on the museum. That means not only people coming to the museum, it's people coming to the community. And if even a portion of those 20 to 30,000 people that have worked at the plants and the mines will come and see their own history. I know, just speaking for my own family, I believe I had 6 of my own family members that worked at the mines or in the plants. And they'll want to show their kids and their grandkids what they did and the part that they played. The military, I think, is such an obvious thing that the importance is there. It's an importance that I think all of us feel. And to showcase some of the what locals have done in all the different services. And that includes the non-combat ones, such as, the home front, the women's auxiliaries, all of the different institutions and the community itself that played such an important role during the wars and the contributions that they made to the country's efforts. We fully realize the size of this, and we realize the ask that we're doing. It is considerable. It's the largest project we've ever done. The last 2 large ones were both just under $400,000, so this doubles it. It is a one-time ask, and we wouldn't be here if we didn't think it was important enough to come to you and talk to you about it and build up the support that we need to complete it. So with that, I'll thank you very much and be open for questions.
Thank you for the presentation there, David and Roger. Appreciate you sharing the kind of the project coming forward. It sounds very exciting. Definitely looking at ways to maintain and keep our heritage and culture within the town of Stony Plain and the surrounding areas. I think this is 2 good examples that maybe we can partner with the Pioneer Museum to make that happen. Members of council, any questions and comments for the presenters? Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm a fan of the museum and most everybody that works and volunteers there, so including you, Mr. Feelhaber. A couple of things pop into my mind when I was reading my council package about this, and I'm remembering a few years ago an enormous oil lamp collection came into the museum's possession, and you guys scrambled and found a beautiful way to display those lamps. I think at that time I asked a similar question, and whatever the answer, I was satisfied with it. But I don't recall if any of those lamps had any history rooted in our region, because I believe they came from acquisition from another museum. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm just wondering, when you have received all of these new donations for your museum, I'm not talking cash, are all of these or most of them somehow connected in some way to our region, or are they just a great piece of Alberta history, and maybe that's why the other grants that you've gone after apply here? Could you help us to understand if they apply to our region, or why we would take them into our care in Stony and forever be a steward of those items?
Well, that's a great question. Through to Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hansard. We have a protocol when we're looking at different items, and the one of the major things is, does it have a connection to this area? That's usually one of the first things that we ask, and we have a criteria, like a checklist, when we are offered certain things if we're unsure. And that is definitely on there. Anything that has a direct connection absolutely gets priority. There are other things that we get offered that they may not have a direct connection in themselves, but they represent something that does. For instance, if we don't have a particular object in our collection, but it was of common use to, say, the farming establishment, we'll say a particular piece of farming equipment, and it was common here, but we don't have a good example of it. And if I get offered one that we don't have, and maybe it originally came from Saskatchewan and somehow made its way here, then chances are we'll take it because it does represent something that would have been used in this area. So it's important that it has a connection here. So definitely the Parkland County and the town of Stony Plain are our primary things when we are looking at items. Secondarily would be Central Alberta, then Canadian. And as we go down the checklist, if something is Canadian, and that's all, it would score a lot less, but we are also looking at what's in our collection. In the early years, we've been given so many things that are duplicates that we have to deal with. So to be honest with you, I say no about taking in artifacts a lot more often than I say yes these days, simply because of so many things people are looking to give away and find homes for. And some of it's very hard, like musical instruments, pianos, organs. Some of them are just stunningly beautiful, but I have no place to keep them and I can't care for them. They'd be in a cold storage, which is not good for them. So we do have a hierarchy that we try and stick to, and if we were to get two of one thing and one was to be local, that would absolutely get the first priority.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Hansard?
Yes, Your Worship, if you don't mind, I want to just expound on that. You give me part of my answer to the second question. When your museum has a good reputation, and perhaps people have come to visit, and they are more impressed once they come to visit, wheels start turning in people's heads about other things that could come to the museum and become part of this big collection. And I know we talk about regionally and the Central Alberta and so forth, but it is important to preserve the history. I was just going to ask you if you could give us a couple of examples where, even though it may have been hard, you've had to say no, so that we know when you're considering a building and ongoing costs for looking after things and putting them in a proper weather situation, heated situation. Can you give us maybe another example of something that maybe hurt you to say no to, but you had to say no to?
I guess using the farm equipment is the easiest one. There's been times when we were offered a beautifully restored piece of equipment. It had no connection to us. We had a piece that wasn't restored, but it did have a connection to us. And it just made no sense for us to take up valuable space with something that didn't add to the collection or the story of this area. I think the hardest thing for me to say no to actually was a piano. And it was a turn of the century, beautifully carved. At the time, it must have been very expensive, and it was just stunning. And although it was just out, I believe it came from Eastern Canada, possibly from Europe beforehand, but it did end up just outside the county. If I didn't have so many already, I would have said yes, but I couldn't, because I couldn't care for it. And the ones that we have already, we have pianos in a number of our buildings. To have any more in any of the others just wouldn't make sense, even just as a display item. And those kind of things are sometimes the hardest, especially when they have a great personal connection, and the family is very attached to it and it's very meaningful to their family.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, David and Roger, for coming out. But I also want to acknowledge the full board just about sitting at the back here that's part of the museum. It's always nice to see that there's support behind what is being asked for at this level, and it's important to see that at council when everybody shows up. We know that there's been some good thought put into it. I just want to make a couple of comments. For most of you on the council, you know that I sit on this board, and it's a very exciting board to sit on, and we have a lot of trying times there. But I want to take you back a few years when I first got on that board. We often wondered what there was for a strat plan, and there wasn't much of anything. There was a wish and away we went. But I will say today there is a good strat plan that's been put into place, and you review it on a yearly basis. So everything that you do at that museum, I think today, comes with a lot of thought and forethought that goes into it. There's a lot of hard discussions that are there. And you do it with the best interest of this community. And the one thing I want to make sure everybody knows is that this museum that we have within our community is unique to most museums. There's a designation that we have that's kind of important that maybe you can talk to in just a second there, David. But, you know, it brings the history of our community for people to come see. And I've heard you talk about many, many people that come to that museum from far and wide. One of the things that's pretty unique still today is the donation box that sits at the front that we don't charge people for, which is a couple of questions that I'm going to have for you in a few minutes. So I just want you to know that the importance to this museum is about the community and the history of this region. It's not specific to Stony, but it's to the region, and I think that's what's really important about it. With that, I do have a couple of questions for you. The first question will lead right into the second one. So one of the things that I noticed not in your budget is future repairs and maintenance to buildings. And that always concerns me. It's always nice to have the buildings, but as they sit there for periods of time, they tend to deteriorate. So I'm just wondering if there's been some thought process that has been put in that. And with that, has there been any consideration given to a small admission that you would charge at the front gate with the new improvements that you're going to be bringing to the museum and being able to be open more than just summer months?
Okay, thank you. The answer to the first question, we do have a maintenance schedule, so any new buildings will be placed on that schedule. The big part of that was for the heritage buildings, which require a great deal of care and regular painting, regular inspections. So we do inspect our buildings every year. And so as we look at all of our buildings, both the heritage buildings, the replicas, and the modern display type buildings like the pole structures that these will be, we have a schedule and a calendar that we use that kind of rotates on a 5 to 10 year basis on which ones need painting, which ones need this. And also if anything new comes up, and I guess a point in case is our tea house. We just this last year, part of the CFEP grant was we gutted the upstairs in order to finally, after years of searching, finally found the water leak that was getting in, and we fixed it and repaired the whole interior. That was not a scheduled repair. And so when things like that come up, that's why we created a maintenance fund internally, so that unforeseen things or even regular scheduled maintenance, that we would be prepared. And that fund we used as part of the matching grant, the CFEB grant, which allowed us to replace 2 roofs, the siding on the MD office, which is a heritage building, and the repairs to the tea house. So yes, any new buildings are automatically put on for inspection annually and for scheduled any maintenance and things like that. The admissions is a very complicated issue. A few years ago, I guess it's quite a few years ago now, COVID has kind of distorted my perception of time. I think it was just 6 months ago, but it's really 2.5 years, because COVID evaporated my brain. We did an experiment, and this was at the request of both councils of the town of Stony Plain and Parkland County at the time. And we experimented. We charged admission for 2 years, and our income went down. As soon as we went back to donation, it came back up again. One of the problems we face with that is we partner a great deal on events, and at that time, about 75% of our visitor numbers were coming through these community events, which were and had to be free of charge. So we felt like we were penalizing that 25% that was coming on non-free events. Since then, it's been a very positive statistic, is that at last time I checked, it was about 65% that were coming through just for the free events. And that meant a huge difference for people coming for the museum's sake alone, which I think is incredibly positive. But it still means that the majority of our visitors are coming for those free events. So Farmers Days, which is our number one event of the year, not counting the mayor's breakfast, we had 6,100 people through the grounds in 2 days. And when you look at 20,000 as our annual right now, that's just for 2 days. And the Harvest Fest, which has traditionally been our own, we now partner with many members of the community, including the town, as part of Alberta Culture Days. And one of the requirements to get that grant for the events is that they have to be free to the public, free to the community. Canada Day, free to the community. So it gets very complicated if we're charging and then not charging constantly throughout the year. I feel at some point we probably will have to move to a charged admission. It'll just be the way of things in the future. I think for right now, though, with the way the events are, I think we will have to stay at admission by donation, which has been going very well for us. This year was, it was a very strange year for us when we look at our budget, both incoming and outgoing. And our donations this year were up considerable, and we're not sure why. And this was by admissions. So I think people were housebound. They were glad to get out. And I think a lot of them that came really appreciated the fact that we were there, and it showed in their donations. So it's not something that has been off the table. It's always in the background. and we're just kind of watching to see how things go, and with our partners as well.
Anything else?
That's everything, thank you.
Councilor Lowry?
Awesome, thank you. Just a quick question in regards to the different grants that you mentioned. So I'm familiar with the CFIP grant through the Alberta government, and I see that you've applied for the maximum under the small stream of the funding. There is the large stream funding, which will go anywhere from $125,001 up to, I think it's $1 million or something is the hard cap on it.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you chose to go with the $125,000 in the small stream rather than apply for a larger one? And I'm just looking at, the asks between the town and the county. And for instance, if we were to cut those asks in half and you applied for $200,000 for the CFIP grant, it seems like it would have accomplished the same thing. You would have got the $400,000 that you would have required for the Cultural Spaces Fund through the federal government. So can you just walk me through applying for the small stream funding versus the large stream funding?
Sure. The conditions for the two different streams is very different. Not just in the reporting, but in how you put together the grants. The larger funding stream is harder to get. You have to do a huge amount of documentation. And with the smaller stream, we had a much firmer chance of actually getting the maximum amount, which we've done in the past. We felt that going for the guaranteed and working from there, and working up to to match the capital spaces grant, we felt was the stronger way to go for the situation that we were in. Being able to, if we had gone that way, the fundraising that we would have to have done probably would have delayed us by probably at least 6 months, possibly a year, in order to make that initial match. And with our program that we're hoping to do, if things go as we hope, we can have shovels in the ground this spring. If they're approved, we can have both buildings up by fall, and possibly even having the heating in place before winter sets in, which means we can have over the winter time the time to actually finish that building and open it so that we can be prepared to move to our next phase, which I'm hoping will be an Indigenous pavilion that we will be working for to be able to bring online in 2025.
And then just in regards to the CFIP grants, so you mentioned you've applied under them before. When was the last time the museum received the CFIP grant?
Last year.
Last year? And have
It
you,
was a smaller one. This was our maintenance one. It was $40,000, and we contributed $30,000 in cash and $10,000 in kind in our volunteer time.
and do you receive the CFIP capital every year? Have you been successful every year that you've applied for it? or-
We've been successful with that grant every time.
Okay.
In all of the grants that we've applied for over the years, the only one that we have not been successful with has been the federal summer students grant, and that was one only last year. But
And then just on your timeline, you mentioned the federal, what you've mentioned in your timeline so far, and part of that was my question in regards to the large stream and the small stream, because I know there's a different timeline allowable there.
Yes.
But so in regards to the federal spaces grant, federal grants typically aren't the shortest time span to receive answers back. So have you been in communication with the ministry or anybody in there to get a gauge as to when, like how quickly they anticipate turning that around? Like, is it a single intake application? Is it an ongoing intake? How long do they normally take to process those?
the federal spaces one is a ongoing intake. We've received that grant before when we were doing the Kinsman Interpretive Center. And at that time, I think they actually contacted us earlier than the CFEB did, which we know is 6 months. So I think that one was about 3 to 4 months. It might be a little different because this is the midstream size for the capital spaces one. So they may take a little longer, I don't know.
And just for clarity, both grant applications are already in?
They're already in. Yep,
Excellent. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Any other questions, comments, clarity? Seeing none, just a quick couple questions here. I think you mentioned a donation box, and I think Councillor Pletchko mentioned about administrative charges versus donation boxes. Did I hear you say there's only one donation box at the museum?
Well, there's one main one. Then we have smaller ones that are distributed around the museum.
Okay. Thank you. And my other questions, I see a list of partners and people that are, and companies that are willing to participate. I don't see Capital Power listed anywhere. I think they have a cogen power plants, right across the river and stuff. Is any contemplation of asking Capital Power for any donations?
We just had a meeting of our Power and Parkland and had discussions about that very thing. And one of the things we wanted to do before going to Capital Power was to make sure that we weren't going to offend TransAlta after the considerable support that they've given us. They told us that in actuality, Capital Power and TransAlta own a portion of each other's plants, so that should one of the plants go down, they can help each other and do that. So it left that open for us to comfortably go forward and talk to them and see if they're willing to join in. That's part of our ongoing fundraising that we will be continuing to do regardless.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of looking for grants and stuff, has the museum considered applying to Prairies Canada for any kind of capital funding for this?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the...
From Prairies Canada, that's another federal grant program to look after anything from Saskatchewan west, so that's why it's called Prairies Can.
Oh, okay. No, we haven't, but I will be making a note of that.
Okay, appreciate that. And in terms of the ask is $75,000, in terms of our budget cycle, this is outside of our budget cycle, so we have a corporate planning process that we typically go through. Is the money required ASAP for this to go ahead, or can this project proceed and then the funding come during our corporate planning cycle, which would be November, and then have it approved for the 2024 budget cycle?
It's going to be a full year of us constructing, and so that would probably work fine along with our schedule. Because of the, once we have the CFEB grant, we have to have it within a year. There are opportunities to get extensions, and so once we know, then we should be fine as far as bringing in funds after the fact. So I don't see that as being a hindrance to the project.
Thank you. Okay, and so I don't see no more hands up, so thank you for the presentation and bringing this exciting project forward to our community and just presenting to council. In the past, the council has been supportive of the Pioneer Museum, and I think there is still a lot of support within our community for that. I just want to say thank you for kind of expanding the conversation and what's happening over at the Pioneer Museum. Many people think Stony Plain is a farming community, and 100% it is. That's where our roots have been from day one as a community, when we started as a village and to a town, and now to like almost 19,000 residents within our community. However, Stony Plain is a lot more than that. As mentioned, we do have power generation within our community. This region, as mentioned on the presentation, provided over 60% of the power that was consumed in all of Alberta. That's like 65% that was generated in this area. And another part of the consideration is the kind of a military area where we recognize the original settlers of Stony Plain that gave their lives to support the freedoms that we have, definitely through World War I and World War II. So that's a great connection to our community. And if anybody else is looking for another reason why this is a good project for the town of Stony Plain, Stony Plain prides itself. We have 41 murals in our community that depict our history. And 2 of those murals depict exactly what we're speaking about today. One is power generation, which is located on the side of the Source building. And the second is the mural on the Stony Plain Legion, which depicts the military in our community as well. So in terms of tying what we do as a community to build it and what the Pioneer Museum is asking for, I think this is a great collaboration that we can actually look towards the future project being completed. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. You're welcome to stay. There is a motion later on under the business items, so if you want to stay till the last little bit of the meeting, you're welcome to hear it. If not, we'll definitely tell you what happens after.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, moving on with our agenda 4.2, we have a presentation from Edmonton Global. And we have a board member today and also the CEO of Edmonton Global.
Good evening, Your Worship and esteemed council members. My name is Eddie Wong. I'm delighted to be here tonight to present to the council on behalf of Edmonton Global. With me tonight is the CEO of Edmonton Global, Mr. Malcolm Bruce. And the purpose of this presentation is several-fold. We would like to do a report on the activity of Edmonton Global during 2022, give an overview of what Edmonton Global has done and how well we have worked with the town of Stony Plain, as well as give you an idea as to our going forward plan in 2023. So this is the outline that we have prepared for the council tonight. And what I would do is to start by giving a very general overview of Edmonton Global. I believe that a lot of you are familiar with Edmonton Global. So I would be brief with the topics that I believe that you are familiar with. And clearly, Edmonton Global is an organization that has been set up with a lot of support for the town of Stony Plain. It is an organization that has thrived since its inception on the principle of share value, share investment, and share benefits. And when we look at the purposes of Edmonton Global, it's very clearly to advance the economic interest of the metropolitan region. We have worked hard, and we will continue to work hard to attract and retain new businesses in the region, and we will do that through the attraction of foreign direct investment into the region, as well as the promotion of foreign trade. But one of the function that I believe we have done well since our inception is the advocacy role. We have put together a number of efforts, a number of projects to advocate for the region as an economic engine for the growth of Alberta, as well as the Edmonton metropolitan region. And I will speak to some of these activities later on in the presentation. And the way we have gone about radically transforming the Edmonton region is to focus on several transformation opportunities that we have identified for the Edmonton region. We've done this through a data-driven process. We look at the global environment around us, as well as the economic assets that we have in the region, what are our advantages in the global economy today, and we've come up with 5 different sectors. And this particular strategy has guided our thinking and our activities in the last 5 years. And the first sector that I can speak on is energy and clean tech. And particularly in the last couple of years, the discovery of hydrogen in the region and the significant investment that various levels of government have made into hydrogen has made this one of the significant sectors in the economic development of Edmonton region. And I think this is something that will bring a lot of opportunities, both to the province of Alberta, but also particularly in the Edmonton metropolitan region. And so there are some estimates that because of the CCS project to construct 50 kilometers of pipeline in the region in the future, we could be looking at over $1.5 billion if a future investment. I think it's not 1.5, I think it's $105 billion of future investment for us. And also the fact that we have the University of Alberta operating in this region has given rise to a very vibrant ecosystem in the development of health and life sciences technology and entities in the region. That today there's over 378 or 87 health life sciences company in the region. It's a foundation that we can build on in areas such as nutraceutical manufacturing, drug discovery, as well as diagnostic and pharmaceutical manufacturing. Those are the kinds of things that we can look at building off the expertise that we have in the region. But following up on the last presentation, obviously we cannot forget that this is an agricultural region. This is where we began. And we have continued to be a very successful region in terms of food and agriculture. And we look forward to continue to build on that tradition. And one of the objectives that we have been pursuing and will continue to promote is the growth in the value-added agriculture business sector. And that's an area that has a lot of potential, because when we look at the value-added activity that we have in the region today, the ratio is 1:1 to production. And what we'd like to do is increase that ratio to perhaps 30:1. And we succeed at that, that would be a significant transformation of the economy in the region. And even if we only do half of that, it would be a significant benefit that we can look forward to. And plant protein and as well as various value-added activities are on the horizon, and those are the projects that we're pursuing. And because of the fact that most of the products in this region are going to be supplied to the world economy, because we are a region that can produce more than we can consume. So export is a big engine for the growth of this region, and that leads me to global logistics and supply chain. This region is also developing a lot of capability to export, and that would be export of agricultural products as well as other products as well. And because of the location, we can actually become a very good transshipment point for the North American economy because of projects like Port Alberta, as well as the Edmonton International Airport. We're building a lot of logistic capability that we could use to attract foreign investment, but also create logistic jobs and capabilities in the region that would facilitate trade between us, between the province of Alberta, Edmonton region, as well as in Asia. And one little known fact is the fact that Edmonton the entire city is a foreign free trade zone. It is something that we could take advantage of down the road. And the last sector that I'd like to speak to is AI and technology. And I think we're all familiar with the fact that the U of A has reputation of being the #3 AI research entity in the world. It is something that has allowed us to build up a very good ecosystem, and something that we continue to leverage, not only to create jobs within the high-tech sector, but it's something that could also be leveraged to create to create new capabilities in the other four sectors that we have that I've identified. And this slide gives us an idea as to the connection that we can build to the rest of the world through the various international trade agreements that Canada has established around the world. Okay, along with the logistic capabilities, okay, we are now very well positioned to look forward to increasing our exports as well as creating more jobs in the Edmonton region through export and new growth in the 5 sectors that we talked about before. And the one exciting development within Edmonton Global was the fact that last year we have established a new position within Edmonton Global to promote international trade, to help the region increase its capability and also to enhance the awareness of potential exporters in the region to look to the world, to explore new opportunities for exports and for new products development within the region. And we would do this through a number of strategies, including engagement, education, as well as internationalization of the activities that we conduct within the Edmonton region. And by that, I mean we would help companies that are interested in export to become much more familiar with the global business environment, help them to understand how to navigate the export market, how to build up the capability. And those are the kinds of things that in the long term would serve us well, would help us develop the capability to supply the world. And because of the fact that some of the new markets that are emerging for Canada are markets such as India, the Middle East, along with Southeast Asia, are markets that have a rising need for foodstuff. These are markets that are net importers of food and value-added products in the agri-food business. So we are looking forward to doing that. And in terms of the day-to-day operation of Edmonton Global, in the last 4 years, thanks to the collaboration between the municipalities, the EDOs, as well as the hard work of our staff, we've been able to develop very good collaborative relationships, but also processes that would help us communicate and to increase our attractiveness to investors, but also increase our effectiveness in serving them when they come into the region. And there are several ways that we work with the municipalities as well as our partners internationally to enhance the region's appeal to international investors, but also to increase the retention rate for us and when it comes to international business. And there are several ways that we work toward that goal. One is to generate leads ourselves. We would engage in outbound missions, and inbound visitors, visitor reception and the like, and to create new awareness of the region, to create new opportunities to connect with new investors, okay, for the purpose of generating new leads in the region. But at the same time, we're also prepared, and we have worked with opportunities that have come to us autonomously, but also through the EDO networks. So when we become aware of new investment opportunities, that's also when we put our resources to play to work with all the relevant stakeholders in the region to ensure that we land the projects. And aside from these very much directly investment enhancing activities, we also facilitate things that might have a longer term payoff, such as facilitating inbound visitors and tours, and support investment decisions that existing companies or new companies might have made that would require our support. Okay. And lastly, but not least, investment aftercare is something that we very much focus on, and this is where we work closely with the EDOs. Once investors have made a decision, what do we do to facilitate their effectiveness. Once we've made an investment in the region, what else can we do for them? Okay, that would be a significant service that investors often look for, and these activities help us create the deal flows that we generate in the region. And in the last, since we have established the collaborative relationship with the various municipalities, we found that we have increased the effectiveness in attracting foreign investment for the region, and this is something that has been affirmed to us by our foreign partners. And the next slide gives us an idea as to who our partners are, and obviously, aside from the partners in the region, we also have partners overseas as well. So we tend to, we obviously work with industry partners, business partners within the region, but also federal and provincial investment agencies such as Invest Alberta, Invest Canada. We work with them very closely to promote the region overseas. But at the same time, we also try to develop awareness on behalf of the region through our post-secondary education, and also using what we are doing now to involve the indigenous communities as well. So this slide gives us an idea as to who the partner network that we work with would include, and this is something that we have found to be very, very significant, and it's a guiding principle for Edmonton Global going forward as well. And because of all the hard work of the staff and also the new development opportunity that we've been able to identify within the region, we have been able to support and facilitate $2.4 billion in investment opportunities since we came into being. But to have a more narrow focus on 2022. By the end of 2022, we have 157 projects in the pipeline, and we have conducted 83 inbound visits and 42 outbound missions, and we have conducted 4 conferences within the region. And these are all activities that have served to create actual result for the region. And the next slide gives us a bit more exact figures. Because of these activities in 2022, we were able to facilitate 11 final investment decisions worth $108 million. And our estimate suggests that over 194 jobs were created as a result of these investment decisions. And the pie chart also gives us an idea as to where the investment activities decision took place, and obviously, and we're quite happy to report that these investment opportunities and decisions actually comport with the sector strategy that we have chosen. So they affirm the appropriateness of the strategy that we have decided to follow at Edmonton Global, and this pie chart. Again, gives the summary of what we have done since 2018, and it explained a bit more in greater details what I indicated earlier in terms of the total investment that we have facilitated, the $2.4 billion investment. And in 2022 was also an exciting year for us because it was the first year after COVID. What we have found is that we're able to do a lot of things in person, to do a lot of things that we have been waiting to do, and one of the projects that I myself personally thought was an extremely beneficial one was to create an opportunity for all the regional stakeholders to come together, to build up a stronger network, but to actually get to know each other a bit better and find opportunities to work together, and the Hydrogen Conference convention was one of those activities. It was an activity that was significant in making the rest of the world become aware of the Edmonton region, And we had 4,000 attendees from more than 20 countries attending this particular convention. And after the convention, there were a lot of subsequent business exchanges that took place. There was a lot of relationship that were built, and a lot of discussion that took place in terms of how the Edmonton region can be a good investment destination for many foreign businesses. And toward the end of the year, in the fall, we also had we had conducted another activity that was quite well attended. I believe that some of you were participants in this activity. That was Forward Slash at the Edmonton, the Economic Summit, and it was basically a follow-up in terms of building the momentum, the awareness, the brand building of the Edmonton region that the Hydrogen Convention created. And going on to how we work together, in order to address some of the issues that we have identified as necessary to continue the momentum of economic development in Edmonton, we have started looking at things that we can do better as a region to attract foreign investment. And one of the initiatives was to establish a number of roundtables to get ideas, to solicit ideas from the business community, and to understand how we can work together and to alleviate some of the challenges that we might have. For example, the challenges of labor shortages and some of the challenges of information availability. Those are the kinds of things that led us to create a number of roundtables in the region. And the first one that we conducted was the Talent and Labor Force Roundtable in November. And the second one was the Food and Agriculture Roundtable in December 2022. And I believe that we have had the privilege of having some of the council member here, and also Brenda and Michelle, your EDO, participating in these activities to help us identify some of the things that we can do to make the region even better as an investment destination. And this slide again recapitulate many of the things that I've just talked about on how we work together. We work together in most of the activities that we engage. So, and these activities might include outbound, inbound missions, developing a better regional narrative, etc. But one thing that is, two activities that I would like to highlight is, one is the information or the web portal that we have developed at Edmonton Global. Our research and market intelligence team maintained this portal, but this portal is available to all the EDOs. They all have their own individual password. They can get into the portal to get information, and also they can share their travel calendar. So this is one way we make sure that we all know what each other is doing. We can share information, and we can have a very effective communication channel open. A second one is really work together to pitch development, to actually promote the region externally. And that leads us to actually this picture. These two pictures give us an idea of how we have actually worked together, and some of the results that we've been able to achieve. The picture on the left is the delegation from the region to Ottawa to basically promote the region and make a case for greater federal government attention to the region to support us. And I can see that Councillor Harold Belechko, I think they say right, was a part of the delegation, and he was basically he was a key member of that particular delegation. And we don't not only talk to the federal government. The picture on the right tells us that we actually talked to the ambassador from UAE as well. And that's an example how we actually reach out to potential global investors, and how the region has worked together, various participants, not only the EDOs, but also the leadership. Like, Councilor Pelechko is a good example. So I'm not sure I could say it right when I look at. Yeah. So that's my Chinese accent comes out. So I just want to make sure that it's okay for you. And so I think these two pictures say a lot. I know that some of the things that, some of the data that I've recited tonight, you know the data. You know, some of you were partners in helping us put them together. Okay, so the package that they've looked at, they speak for themselves. But these two pictures to me is really, really important. It shows us that we actually have built up a team in the region, and the team is actually working together to promote the region together. And looking forward to 2023, we have a number of initiatives that we have planned to pursue, and we have divided them into 4 different areas. And it's not surprising that the four area kind of mirror what we have done in 2022, because 2022 was basically the first calendar year where we can actually put our strategy into play. So we have to continue with that. So 2023 is basically a continuation and a refinement of what we have started doing in 2022. So we will continue with our outbound missions. Okay, and and when I look at the destinations that the team has identified as destinations for the outbound missions, they really they are consistent with the potential market for the region. Japan is really a big importer of food products, but also at the same time, it is a potential buyer of hydrogen from Canada. And Dubai is obviously an important market, both for energy investment, but also for foodstuff. Taiwan, it's similar. It's an important food processing economy, and it's a significant investor around the world as well. And in terms of inbound missions, it's driven a little bit by people's interest in us. And I think when we look at the delegations coming in, a lot of that are related to the conferences and convention that we're planning. So those are an important vehicle for us to bring foreign investors into the region. And we'll continue to do the roundtables. The roundtables are important in helping us continue the internal dialogue, the narrative that we have started, and understand how we can work together, how we can make things better, and have better strategy to implement the objectives that the strategy we have, and to achieve the objective that we've set for ourselves. And the conferences are listed there, but there are a couple that I like to point out, and one is obviously the Canadian Hydrogen Convention in April. That is continuation of what we did last year, and it will continue to be an important activity for us in the future. And the second one with the North American, the NASCO is the North American competitive conference. And this is a conference that is held alternately in Mexico, Canada, and the US. And this year it will be held here. At this particular conference, the theme will be to discuss how we can increase the competitiveness of the 3 North American regions and how we can work together. And it is a good thing that our region this year will be hosting this particular conference. So these are things that we're looking forward to. And the last message I would like to leave with the council is that 2022 was a year of growth, development, but and also the setting of the foundation. But 2023 and onward would be the period where we hope to start to take off. That's where we hope the growth will happen, and that is an exciting future that we're looking forward to. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Eddie, and Malcolm. I'm sure you're here for to answer all the tough questions that we'll throw at you.
Yeah.
I'm the arm candy.
Thank you.
He's the one that actually knows.
Definitely before I turn it over to members of council for questions and just questions of clarity, some regular comment, I realize that it is actually very beneficial for us to work together as a region to hunt as a pact. Many of us have experienced the whole where are you from when we travel, and you say Stony Plain, and they go, Stony Plain, where's Stony Plain, right? Then you can say, well, it's close to Edmonton, and you might get some more people to understand where Edmonton is, but a lot of people do not know. And that's the thing that we face in our Edmonton metropolitan region is that Edmonton has not been on the map for many countries in terms of destinations for tourism and doing business. Right? So we definitely need a louder voice, and to get that louder voice, we need to work together as a region to promote everything that we have.
So I forgot to say one thing. I really have to congratulate the council and your team on the Reimagine Stony Plain campaign. Where I went on the website because of the presentation. I thought that was fantastic.
Thank you very much. I'll definitely pass that along to our economic development officer. She's not quite here today, so we'll definitely forward that to her. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Meyer?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Bruce and Eddie. So first, I'd like to share my appreciation. You guys sent a representative, I believe his name is Trevor, out to a meeting we had with a fellow who is looking at possibly relocating his food processing facility here. I know Edmonton Global was going to help us possibly secure some, what would you call them, incentive dollars. I'm just curious if you guys can update us anything on that.
I would say it's a work in progress.
Okay.
Okay. Another one, if I could?
Go ahead.
Just going to, I'm not sure if you guys hit it in your presentation, but in the 2022 year report on page 6, you guys highlighted the DMG events, committing to hosting the Canadian Hydrogen Convention. I'm just curious, so I'd also like to highlight, I noticed also in the report a number of, you got business individuals making time commitments on committees and advisory boards, and that's good. But I'm just curious if the DMG events commitment, is that a financial commitment or just that we're hiring them?
So it's a bit of both. So they're a for-profit organization, so we partnered with them to run the first Canadian Hydrogen Convention. They're a company that runs a number, somewhere in the order of 30-odd energy conferences globally. So AUDIPEC, that's the largest energy show in the world, is held in Dubai. And this is the company that actually runs that particular conference. They run the Global Energy Show in Calgary. And so they came to us and gave us a proposal to partner with us to run the first ever Canadian Hydrogen Convention. We are fortunate they did because it went really well last year. It was 4,000 attendees, the largest in North America, and our numbers currently are forecasting for April this year somewhere in the neighborhood of 8,000, and hopefully doubling the number of countries that are going to be here as well. So there is a for-profit model for them. We partner with them financially, but also in kind support.
Okay. I appreciate the answer, and I'll just take the moment to highlight my desire to see you guys continue to reach out to the private businesses out there to help get them to help us fund Edmonton Global. I have one more, but I can put it on pause.
Go ahead. I didn't see any hands up, so.
So, and just touching on the $2.4 billion in total investments that you guys highlighted, I'm just curious, and it's maybe a two-part question, of this $2.4 billion in investments, how much of that would involve Chinese direct foreign investment? And I highlight that question because I'm just curious how Edmonton Global goes about assessing our potential business partners, their human rights records, and the nations that we deal with with Edmonton Global.
Yeah, start with the trade.
It's a difficult decision, but in our dealing with China, I think there are two aspects that we want to separate. One is investment, one is trade. Investment has been very difficult because of the issue that you have mentioned, but trade, it's a bit easier, although it's no less concerning when we start talking about human rights and issues like that. But in terms of trade, things might be a bit more simple. For example, the trade between China and Canada last year went up by 12%. The year before went up by 22%. And the trade between the United States and China in the last 2 years went up by 34%. So on one hand, you see all these political tension, geopolitical implications and the competition and so on. But at the same time, at the commercial level, there are certain things that continue and they're not affected by these issues. For example, when we're talking about exporting grain to China, that's fairly straightforward. When we're talking about importing manufacturing goods from China, that's fairly straightforward as well. And the commercial ties between the U.S. and China today, in fact, on the Farias Sakari show on Monday morning, they had a number of experts on that show. They're saying that they can't be cut. They're absolutely too intimately related. And so the question, but the question of investment is something that people are shying away from right now. And I believe that Eminent Global has basically the same strategy. When investment, we're very careful. But on the trade side, we cannot exclude China, and I think Malcolm can speak to that a little bit more. But I don't believe that China is sort of a focal point for Eminent Global right now.
No, so last time we were in China was in November of 2019. COVID restrictions obviously limited us, but we did see opportunities in the Guangdong province, which is the southern province that butts up against Hong Kong. But the reality is there are sensitive technology lists that the U.S. hold that Canada is not going to trade against. There is a changing dynamic in the relationship between Canada and China around critical minerals. And some people don't recognize, but Canada's capacity in those areas is very strong. We just don't execute on it. So we can produce lithium and cobalt and those kind of things, but we have no foundries to really then further refine those. And a great example is there's a particular mineral that there's only about 30 tons of this particular mineral that's produced globally. But every single set of night vision goggles used in the world has this critical mineral. Canada would be the principal provider of it if we'd only established foundries to be able to generate that out of the critical minerals. So there are things, as you know, 3 critical mineral mines have just been told to divest any of their Chinese investments. So there are certain things that Canada is now saying. There's also increased scrutiny around the Investment Act that forces companies that have to declare to make sure that they get an additional vet before any large-scale investment from potential foreign buyers here. Alberta also has a unique distinction that, for example, you cannot buy more than 20 acres of land with a foreign investor, so that any large parcels of land. Manitoba doesn't. So what Manitoba is struggling with now is there's tons of farmland that are being bought by international buyers, and those international buyers, by and large, are Chinese, Japanese, and others. So in Alberta, we don't have that. So again, it's very fluid and very flexible, but high technology that has dual use transfer, particularly in the military domain, and critical minerals are 3 that are essentially off. But health and life science, energy, and food and agriculture are 3 that are still very strong trading opportunities between China and ourselves.
Sorry, and just for clarity, maybe I'm the number, the 2.4 billion that you mentioned in total investment. I'm thinking that's invested here in our region, not trade.
Correct. So out of that, you indicated how many are Chinese companies? 2 less than probably, I would say less than $20 million.
Okay. Thank you for that answer.
Councillor Hansard?
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciated your presentation this evening. One, I'm very happy to have actual evidence that Councillor Palechko works when he goes to these meetings.
I was there.
Thank you for that. Secondly, I have absolutely no doubt that there may be other countries, that there are other countries that are interested in Canada for our rich resource bank and our minerals. And you mentioned one that we have and other countries probably covet greatly. Given the current political picture worldwide, it concerns me a little bit about the exploitation. So I think you have to, from my viewpoint, I'm thrilled on one side and cautious on another side about what does this mean? Are the other countries interested in our people or just our resources? Are we expendable and our resources are the thing they really want? So I've got that little thing going on in the back of my head. The other piece is I am a realtor, commercial and residential, and I know that there's been a moratorium put on foreign purchase of lands and farms and things like that in Canada for 2 years, which has affected our market. I would imagine it has affected the work that you do, trying to bring business and investors to Canada. I'm also very grateful. Many of these higher up organizations like yours that Stony Plain has been part of, we hear about work that's supposed to drive investment to us, to our region, to our capital region, but not very often do we actually feel the touch that something has been done. So you've given evidence of that, and we're hearing about that in the news as well. So thank you for the work that your organization does to deliver to the people of Stony Plain something that we can see has come out of all of this. The other thing that I wondered is, do you have concerns or have you given thought to how we go about capturing our own minerals, for instance, and being the ones who are using those minerals to the benefit of Canadians and Albertans, as opposed to just allowing others to come and take the minerals and use them to make their profits?
Yeah, if I may, I'm going to take this one because it's interesting. We've just hosted a couple of tables on behalf of Minister Champagne, so the Minister of ISAD federally, and also the Deputy Minister of Defense. And we hosted them with a number of businesses from the region. The challenge we have is multiple layers of challenges. So when you talk about being able to derive the not just the benefit of the resource, but the value added of that benefit, we struggle. So there's a gentleman in our region that basically owns 2/3 of the known liquid metals in the world. He opened a facility in Golden, BC, spent 4 years, multi-million dollars trying to get it licensed for a foundry there to do the value-added process, failed, went down to Tennessee in 10 months, spent $1.5 billion and shipping all that material down to Tennessee to get it refined to bring back to Canada. And Minister Champagne wrote down his cell phone number and gave him his cell phone, call me, right? The challenge is that we have these ongoing desires. We have this great intent, like hydrogen. We want to be a top 3 provider of hydrogen to the global marketplace. 4 of the 5 big markets are Japan, South Korea, China, and California, the 5th being Germany. 4 of those are on our west coast. And we want, by 2050, the demand from those 4 markets is going to be about 110 million tons of hydrogen a year into their economy. We're not going to be able to do that right now because we can't ship it to the west coast. And what we're struggling with is trying to get partners, and this is where the political leadership of this region is so important, to pressure people like our province and our federal government to say, we know you two may not necessarily ideologically align, but you federally have said you want to be a top 3 global supplier of hydrogen. Provincially, you say this is the future that's going to create a $100 billion a year economy into Alberta. You two need to sit at the table and be willing partners. So businesses who are going to build the pipeline infrastructure turn around and go, okay, we feel confident that once a decision is made, that decision will be stuck to. Because nobody's going to spend $1 billion on a new pipeline and then walk away from it because they can't get it built, right? So our challenge is, bluntly, investor confidence. That's the challenge. The Japanese, I spoke to the Japanese in a subsequent trip. I've spoken to the Japanese ambassador, and he's a very knowledgeable fellow about the opportunity in the energy sector. We just had the Prime Minister of Japan show up here, and with cap in hand saying, we want your energy, and he walked away empty-handed. Because we cannot seem to get our aspirations activated in a way that's actually going to deliver those outcomes. And that's the hard truth. So hydrogen, you're going to see us be able to drive a hydrogen economy locally because we've got control of our own destiny in the domestic marketplace. So the 5,000 vehicle challenge that was talked about is part of that to drive the infrastructure build that's going to be the fueling stations and all the rest of that. We own that destiny, we can do that. Where we're struggling is how do we actually create the global impact that we want to make? Because where the production of hydrogen is going to be at scale to meet global demand is here in this region. Full stop. We are going to be providers of hydrogen. It's just how do you get to the markets? And it's been an ever-long problem, right? So we collectively need to figure this out if we truly want to do this. Otherwise, we're going to continue to extract iron ore from the ground and ship it to somebody else to produce the steel.
Thank you.
This is a question that I've been studying since I was a student. BC's been trying to export, processed wood as opposed to raw log for decades, right? It hasn't happened. I think there are a number of reasons, and I think Malcolm addressed some of them. And the economic model that we have, how we need to work together, and so on. But I think it goes deeper as well in terms of how do we make a living, how do we maximize the benefits of our citizenry, right? Because 73% of Canada's the economy is now service. It's a service economy that's driving us. It's not necessarily manufacturing. It's important, but service is important. How do we create that based on the resources? I mean, those are the kinds of things that I think a political leadership would have to address. And also, Council Mayor pointed out the political, the issue with the human rights and so on. I mean, those are the things that we need to watch out. In my mind, Edmonton Global is important for that reason. It has an advocacy role built into its mandate. We don't talk about it very much. But someone in the region has to be advocating for the region, but also understanding what's happening around the world, how it's going to impact on us. Because when we're talking about human rights, people been asking, well, human rights are no better than Saudi Arabia, right? We're basically leaning in on that, right? So there are a lot of things that I think that we probably should charge Edmonton Global to watch. And so I think they're doing a good job watching these things and creating the necessary conditions, at least pushing for them.
But I'm going to add in a couple of thoughts. We actually have in our own control lots of opportunity. Interprovincial trade barriers is a great example. Yeah. If we knock down the 137 interprovincial trade barriers that exist today, the OECD, so a third party looking at Canada, says we could potentially grow our GDP by up to 4%. Yeah. Now, I don't know about you, but a 4% GDP growth on a $2 trillion a year economy is pretty significant. And it's in our control, but we can't get it done. So what I'm saying is, let's start at home. Let's do where we can. Let's get some of the things that we can get done, because it then starts to show investor confidence. It starts to show momentum. So I think it's not all doom and gloom, because I do think we can get things done. We just recognize there's some challenges in the export and import sides in the international marketplace. And the last example I'll give is agriculture. We're 1-to-1 right now. For every dollar of gate sales at the farm, we got $1 value add. If we increase just in the Edmonton metropolitan region 2-to-1, so you get $2 of value add, that would add an extra $4.6 billion into this regional economy. 4.6 billion. So these are things that we own. This is our space. Let's figure out how we can actually drive those kind of outcomes.
Thank you. Councilor Fletcher?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Malcolm, for your presentation tonight. It's always nice to see. I can think of when I first got on council that I thought that Edmonton Global was really nothing for us in our little town of Stony Plain. But I want to talk about something that's just local, that resonates or should resonate for our residents, and that is the Air Products announcement that had come to our area. That product announcement will have an effect on the 13 municipalities right in our region in about a 5-year period of time. It will reduce some of our costs that we have to our local residents, and it will bring a ton of knowledge to our area. I think of the conversation we had when we were down east with Glenn Campbell, the finance minister, and we were talking about needing hydrogen. And I remember his comment saying that Quebec could use all of the hydrogen that we produce. And then we talked about how we would get it there. And it was talk about another pipeline. And I said to him at the time, I said, you know, it's funny, you take the Energy East pipeline out and take it away, but when you need something, there's that little thought in the back of the mind of how you get it. So what Edmonton Global does is not just on the big picture, it's a lot of the Canadian picture too. And I think we have to remember that. And I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to go down there. It was phenomenal. It made me have a whole new understanding of what this Edmonton Global does for our region. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Fletcher, and thank you for taking the opportunity to go down. I appreciate the opportunity to invite Stony Plain to be at the table. Unfortunately, I was not able to go, but fortunately, we do have a council member that was able to attend with the delegation. Members of council, any other questions, comments? Councilor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I had the privilege through Michelle to sit down with a couple of your colleagues who answered very patiently a lot of questions that I had about Edmonton Global and the role that they play in our region. Being new to council, certainly lots for me to learn, and walked away from that meeting very impressed with the work that Edmonton Global does, and very thankful that our municipality has the opportunity to benefit from all that you do. So thank you for that. Just wanted to ask a quick question. I know a report was released here, I don't know, a week and a half ago to Calgary, talking about how Calgary can become the hydrogen hub of Alberta and that sort of thing. And so just curious, maybe some commentary on what sort of partnerships can you see developing potentially between some investment in Calgary in the hydrogen sector, and how that will benefit us here in the Edmonton region?
Yeah, so happy to do that. I read the report. Essentially, it was written by the Transition Accelerator, which is one of our partners in the Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub. So what they did is they looked at all the experiences that we've had over the creation of the first hydrogen hub in Canada. They also made some recognition in that report that production of hydrogen is going to be in the Edmonton metropolitan region. The opportunities that reside in other hubs will be transportation connectedness. So think about refueling infrastructure, think about potentially carbon capture, say down in Medicine Hat, and also growing the network of hubs so that when a truck leaves Edmonton, there's a place for it to refuel in Calgary, there's a place for it to refuel in Vancouver, and so on. So the idea of a Western sort of network of hubs is now conceptualized. One of the way we're trying to start to activate that potential concept is through the 5,000 vehicle challenge. Because until trucks are driving on the road, and what's nice though is we're also be able to start internally. So think of garbage trucks, think of buses, think about the airport. They're converting their inside the wire fleets to hydrogen because it's a closed system, right? So it allows us. Our biggest problem right now is fuel grade hydrogen. So we produce about 5,400 tons of hydrogen in Alberta every single day. The problem is it's about 97, 98% pure. For vehicles, it's got to be 99.999 kind of purity. The first production facility for that is going to be Air Products. So they're producing enough, they're about a 300,000 ton per year production. That will then fuel all the trucks that we can possibly convert here in the short term. So it's a very important part of why Air Products is a critical decision. It'll be up and running by 2024, but that's the first time we're actually going to have fuel grade at scale to be able to support the conversion of trucks, dual fuel and then single fuel, once they start to commercialize in 3 to 4 years. So great partnership with Calgary.
Yeah, and I appreciate hearing that. And I think sometimes we see some of these investments regionally as, possibly political decisions or whatever, competition and that sort of thing. And so, certainly sounds like there's opportunity and value added to our region, through this report that was released. So I appreciate your commentary there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Seeing none, I'm just going to ask just one question for clarity. I think Councillor Fletcher brought it up regarding the Air Products deal that was announced, $1.3 billion invested into the capital region. And based on the, there's a Nicholas Applied Management, they did a kind of a build out of what it will look like in terms of labor income in the Edmonton region and also the impact on related GDP. I noticed that in Stony Plain, the related labor income is equivalent to about $7 million. So that means, I'm guessing, reading that, so you can provide some clarity, is that when that project is getting built, $7 million of labor costs or paying out for employees will be Stony Plain. I noticed that Spruce Grove only has a $5 million labor impact to their community. And looking at the overall operations related to the GDP, it's listed here that Stony Plain has a $19 million impact on the GDP, but Spruce Grove only has a $7 million impact on GDP. Knowing that our communities are fairly side by side, but Spruce Grove is twice the size of Stony Plain with twice as many residents. How does that factor in where Spruce Grove is not netting more labor jobs and no more annual operations related to GDP increase?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and again, it's a model, right? So what we wanted to do is say, what's, in the macro sense, what does this, now it's 1.6 billion, right? So it was 1.3, it's now already grown to 1.6 billion. So on the 1.3 study that we did, over 800 million of that dollars on the CapEx in terms of the build-out of facilities is going to be spent in region. So out of 1.3 billion, 800 million is going to be spent in region. So what they did is then had a look at what they're spending during the build of those facilities and where it comes from. And some of it's built based on the demographics and the skill sets that are found in your community. So that's why it doesn't make sense. One would say, well, we're a little smaller, so we should, but the nature of who you are and your composite of your community allows us to actually say that actually you're going to have greater benefit vis-a-vis your size during the build-out than you're going to have probably on the O&M side once the CapEx is all done and they're just operating the plant. So that's why there's a difference. So Spruce has a different composition of their business community that may not benefit as greatly as the Stony Plain does, and that's essentially the model that they used.
I appreciate you hearing that clarification, because I think many times that we talk about as community is that we're building a community that we want to see our residents live. And I think this is a perfect example of that we didn't chase after certain different products and developments. We chose to be who we are in terms of community, and based on this example and build out, it's actually paying dividends for us. Okay, see no more hands up. I definitely appreciate the conversation and bringing the Edmonton Metro Region name to the world. I just want to tie a couple things in. We'll talk about agriculture within our communities. Stony Plain is rooted in our agricultural history. We also have a good cultural relationship with the town of Shikawi in Japan. Definitely, and so I'll tie these together, that the two most popular beers in Japan, all the grains used to make those beers are grown here in Alberta. So, that's how connected we are. And we don't see those connections. When you think you're buying beer from Japan, you don't realize that all the grains that are used to make the top two beers in Japan are grown here in the region. So with that, thank you much for the information, the presentation, gentlemen.
Thank you. And if I may, Your Worship, I just want to say thank you to the team, your management team, and Michelle in particular, the EDO. I mean, it's a pleasure to work with the team, and they really are very proactive and all supportive. So just my hat's off to the team that you have here in Stony Plain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Thank you, Andy.
I understand Stony Plain honey is very popular in Japan as well. Thanks.
Right, members of council, let's get through a few things before we break for recess. Moving on to number 5 of our agenda is statutory public hearings. We have none tonight, so we'll move on to number 6, which is the adoption of the council meeting minutes from January 23rd. Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved January 23rd, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Members of council, you had a chance to read it. Any errors, omissions, or corrections that need to be made? I didn't see any either. I just want on behalf of myself and Councillor Loynes, thank you for the team for picking up the slack and taking care of the council meeting, because we were away. We were at a conference, again, talking about economic development with Michelle, just looking at different ways to grow our economy and our region. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Moving on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. Looking at a motion to adopt all 3, 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the town council receive the council board and committee minutes for information.
Thank you. So, members of council, this is all 3. Any questions and comments or questions for the members of the representatives of those committees? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question to the previous Cultural Roundtable representative. I noticed that the minutes that we received for September 21st, we did not have a Town of Stony Plain representative in attendance, as well as it looks like the meeting ended up adjourned due to a lack of quorum. I'm just wondering if we have any comments surrounding that.
Okay. Thank you.
You gonna
Either
speak?
or, yes.
I know we had one meeting that was canceled because it was not quorum. And on the not being there, I believe it was with, I think I was not well, and I had to cancel going, but it was right at the last minute, I think.
We were down in Calgary for AUMA, and you were in your course, and so we weren't able to have anybody there at the time.
I guess I wasn't sick.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Anything else? Any questions, comments? Okay. Okay. Thank you for the motion, Councillor Laurie. I call the question. All in favor? Okay. Oh, yep. Sorry. We'll recall that. Did you have a quick question?
I was trying to find it in the minutes. Just in regards, sorry, to the Meridian Housing Foundation, I guess that'd be you, Your Worship. A letter, item number 4 on the second report, a letter to the minister requesting change to the ministerial order and LAP request. I was wondering if maybe the member could expand on that request.
Which one is that? Oh, page 58. Okay. So under item 4.4, so letters to the minister requesting an order to change the LAP is dealing with the Whispering Waters Foundation. So currently there was a couple of rooms that were converted to offices in the past. And now that the Marine Foundation has purchased the old lands from the Stony Plain Alliance Church, that building has been converted to the office space. So the offices that were used at the Meridian Foundation, Whispering Waters, were now reconverted back to residential rooms, and then they needed to apply for the LAP designation from the provincial government so that they can qualify for seniors assisted housing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll call the vote again. All in favor? Done. Thank you. There's no bylaws, so before we move into business items, let's take a quick recess and we'll come back to deal with business items. Thank you. Yes. Okay, welcome back to our council meeting. Moving on with our agenda, number 9 is business items. Moving on to 9.1 is the Stony Plain Parkland Museum. Go ahead, administration.
Earlier this evening, we received a presentation from the Stony Plain and Parkland Pioneer Museum with regards to their 2023-2024 facility expansion project, and we are just asking for council to accept their request and information and proposal for information. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you or council may have this evening. Thank you, Worship.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a question, just some commentary, but we heard some numbers this evening around visitors to the Pioneer Center, but I know the reach that they have exists. The reach that they have is much larger than those numbers. And what I mean by that is I know the staff there have worked very, very hard to provide educational resources for schools. I think there's been partnerships with the school divisions in the area. They've worked to get some of their exhibits online, make them accessible for students as well. And so certainly an important piece of our history. And when we look at our curriculum for our students, one of the main goals when we look at social studies is around citizenship and identity. And who are we and where have we come from? How has our past impacted who we've become? And so I don't believe there's a motion to approve this tonight, but I do look forward to advocating for the Stony Plain Parkland Pioneer Museum when it comes to corporate planning, and certainly appreciate the vision they brought forward this evening for their facilities. So.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other comments for question, clarity, understanding? Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, obviously, as we've heard, the motion before us tonight isn't necessarily asking for the dollars tonight. We have a couple of consideration points. We heard that potentially corporate planning could be a consideration point for it, but then we also did hear that there's a potential desire to have construction start as early as this spring, which if we're waiting till corporate planning next October doesn't really give a lot of clarity on that. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to receive some type of an update or a potential decision point at our spring adjustments.
Nutrition?
Excuse me. Thank you for the question. Maybe just a couple comments there to provide council with some background as to how we frame the request and the project at this point. I think what we would look to do with our partners over at the Pioneer Museum, starting tomorrow, so to speak, would be to stay in touch and understand their timing, cash flow projections if necessary, approval timing on grants and so on and so forth. And, if necessary, to come back to council with a specific request at that time. As we heard a bit tonight, but we would certainly want to have more conversation with the Pioneer Museum about, if it was able to, await the corporate planning process. That would probably be the process I would recommend. I think I'll just stop there on that note. That would be our typical process for these sorts of requests. Again, just understanding the timeliness that they were speaking with to council earlier. When it comes to spring adjustments, I don't know that unless there was a pressing request from the Pioneer Museum, we probably wouldn't come back at that time. But we would check in with them in advance and try to keep those conversations going. I'll stop there, Your Worship. I may have been a little long-winded, but.
Thank you. And yeah, given that this funding is one of the contingencies on some of their other matching grants, so whether it's the CFIP grant or whether it's the federal grant, being that they're both matching grants, these dollars play into both of those. And so I'm not exactly sure how that would work in respect to those applications and potential approvals. So definitely appreciate that those conversations will begin immediately, and hopefully council can be updated in short order as to how this may roll out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. As I read through the package, I was a little bit surprised tonight that there was actually no motion that would come forward. The way I read that package was there was an ask for the $75,000, which would allow them to move forward with the grants similar to what Councilor Laurie is asking. So is it appropriate tonight to bring forward a motion to support that? And at what point in time would that be appropriate to do, if and so?
Your Worship, again, thank you for the question. I think I would say a good portion of my previous answer would stand along towards that question as well. You know, I would always comment that council can see fit to pass any motion that gets on the table and sees the support of the majority of council. I would just, again, you know, it's more a caution, I guess, Your Worship, through to the rest of council. We do get a number of requests that come from time to time, and, you know, we will always recommend or always generally, you know, speak to council about bringing those requests at you know, some, you know, along with all of the other requests, so that, you know, again, just generally, typically the corporate plan process would bring most of those into play at the same time. You know, the caveat there is that if, you know, we were, you know, in continued conversation with the Pioneer Museum, if there was a pressing need that they would want to need that funding, you know, ASAP, we would certainly come to council and speak about it at that time.
Thank you.
Just in addition to that, is there a need through the presentation that was tonight, maybe help me clarify that a little bit if you could, Town Manager. Do they need some type of support for that $75,000 that they're asking to be able to get those grants? How do they move forward if we choose not to support that? How do they know whether we are or aren't supporting that at this point in time so that they can put that in their application to move it forward?
Your Worship, through to council, generally, I'll just say generally, when we get these sorts of requests, we do have conversations with user groups about, you know, perceived levels of support. You know, frankly, we'll get questions like, you know, what's council thinking about this, or how does council feel of this? And then obviously we can't say for sure or for certain. You know, we can relay, you know, softer comment about, you know, it appears that council supports this. You know, that's not a you know, written in stone, but it is a signal as to which way council may be looking at on any given topic. So, is there a definitive answer to that? No. Until such time as council votes or a corporate plan is presented and it's approved, the answer still remains softer. I'll stop there, Your Worship, just to see if that resonates.
That's a good question, because I did ask the director there of if this is time sensitive, or if we can wait till the corporate process, and the answer was yes, they can wait till the corporate process till next year. Just confirm that. Yes. Okay, Councillor Hanson.
Okay, well, that's going to be opposite what I want to say. Because I know when you're trying to line up all these dollars, and a lot of it is coming in grants, and you have to be able to show support. Sometimes they're asking for letters of support. We have less trouble granting that because we can write a letter. When grant dollars are involved, sometimes the giver of the larger amount of funds wants to know you actually have those dollars. So I guess I was seeing this somewhat of a house of cards. If any one piece of this funding falls through, then they won't get the money and the project won't get to move forward. So that's how I was reading it. And honestly, in all the years I've sat on council, and especially even as FCSS, when we used to give grants to people or fund people's projects, I was amazed at the wonderful information they would come before us with, but they failed to ask for the dollars. Well, the Pioneer Museum tonight asked for the dollars. I'm not sure they made us understand that we really need to have this money. We have to have a, yes, we're going to get the money in place for us to be able to lock up the dollars. Otherwise, we don't get to start building this spring. With that said, and in respect of the corporate planning process, which we need to honor and be fully aware of, it's so much easier to have these things come before us when they can be approved in the fall, and then you know you're going to get it in the first part of the next year. But if that money is needed, then that ask needed to be really ultra clear, and I'm not sure that it was. The amount of money and that they're asking was clear, but not the when of it. So I'm just thinking that we got back some money, I think in the neighborhood of 1.8 million on something we weren't maybe expecting that amount of money. Maybe there's a way things could juggle around a little bit to fund this. And then a little bit of a warning to this organization and others. We don't want to see this all the time, because it's really hard to jump outside of our process and grant these dollars when it's not in the current corporate budget. So with that said, I know there are opportunities that arise, and sometimes we have to seize those moments. So I'm somewhat happy with what our general manager said, that the administration would meet with them and try to figure this out and then come back to us and let us know what the true urgency is. If I understood that correctly, maybe you could get clarification.
Councilor Hansard, so we did have that clarification. We asked the question is if this is needed ASAP, or could it follow our corporate process? And the answer is yes, it could follow our corporate process.
When did that question get asked?
It was asked when the presenter was presenting, and I asked Mr. Fieldhaber, and he did say that it can follow the process. I asked again after Councillor Plechko made the suggestion, and then again there was nodding in this gallery about yes, it can follow the corporate process. But however, if council feels any differently, they can definitely make the motion to grant any dollars requested right now. Second, in terms of matching grants, I believe during the presentation, the only matching grant was the Alberta CPEC grant, CFP grant, for $125,000. That was already stated in the presentation that the museum has fundraising of $100,000 and a museum capital fund of $25,000, which is there to match that the matching grant. So in terms of that grant that was matching, the museum already has the money set up aside and ready to go, so they've made the application already for that. They're still waiting to hear from the Cultural Spaces Fund, but they do not need our money right now in terms of any matching or applications. And in terms of letters of support from the mayor to these applications, yes, it is very easy. I've done that many, many times in terms of this organization and other organizations throughout our community that ask for letters of support for their applications, and that has been already done as well.
Thank you for the explanation. I'm willing to dial it back and let the process take place.
Okay.
But I was ready to go to war, so.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Plechko, I'll ask you to make the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the Stony Plain and Parkland Pioneer Museum update for information.
Okay. Before I go to the motion and ask questions for comment and debate, so members of council, I've heard the presentation. I've heard support around this table to support the museum and the proposed project. Is it okay that, so we don't lose sight of this, is to add and to bring it back during corporate plan 2024 for consideration? Can somebody answer that?
Sorry, just a question, is that appropriate, or is that the right year?
Yeah, is that appropriate? Can we add that on so
Yeah,
we don't
certainly.
lose track of it?
Yeah, certainly if council sees fit, that can be added.
Okay. I appreciate that, because I think sometimes, we deal with a lot at this table, and things come and go, and if we don't have it documented, sometimes this gets lost and falling off the side of the table, because, again, we're all very, very busy individuals. So if we add that to the motion to say, and to bring this back for consideration in the 2024 corporate plan, then I think that covers all our bases. Councilor Pletchko?
Accept that as a fair motion.
Okay. So Councilor Pletchko will change his own motion. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's on the screen, so thank you very much, Councilor Pletchko. Members of council, the motion is on the floor, and we'll open the floor for comments, debate, and questions. Councilor Meyer?
Thank you, Your Worship. Being quiet on the matter so far to voice my support and appreciation for the change to the motion. I too shared some of my fellow councillors' concerns there regarding whether the timeliness of the funds being received was going to be a factor, but I'm comfortable with this debate and the comments from the CEO. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate? Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm still a little hesitant on the timing on it. And the reason why is we do have an opportunity prior. We have lots and lots and lots of priorities that roll into corporate planning. And they all have importance, and we understand that. But we do have that opportunity in our spring adjustments as well, where depending on the financial situation of the town, depending on the way that the things have rolled out across the previous year, where we do have opportunities to allocate funding. One thing that we are aware of is that the town did receive $500,000, I believe it was, in the Canada Community Revitalization Fund. And that was monies that were received after the project was completed for the downtown redevelopment through the qualification on that. So I anticipate, and again, administration can correct me if I'm wrong, I anticipate that we may be looking at some opportunity in our spring adjustments where we may have some surplus dollars in which we can determine whether they get allocated to projects, whether they get allocated to reserves, or how we manage those funds. As I go through the eligibility for the CCRF fund, had the museum been in a position to apply for the fund when the applications were open, they would have been eligible for that fund. And so, as we have benefited from it, I'm wondering if I would need to put an amendment on the floor for us to at least have this considered in conversation at spring adjustments, where you've contemplated it as, we don't want to lose sight of it, let's bring it back to the corporate plan. I'm of the thought, if we have an opportunity to talk about it even before then, why wouldn't we? So I don't know if that needs to be a motion, or I don't know if, being that we've recognized it as a project and a priority that we would like to see come back forward, if there is money available in spring adjustments, if there would be an opportunity to fund this at spring adjustments, can administration bring that back forward on their own accord, or do we need a motion of such?
Right. So those are great questions. And again, we have a good process before us as we've developed over the quite the last few years. So in terms of the motion that's on the floor right now, I believe it's very valid, and it's good for us as a community going forward, and it gives the security and kind of foreshadows to the Pioneer Museum of where we tend to go in this place. I think you mentioned about the spring adjustment, 100%. I think that would be a conversation that council will have when spring adjustment comes forward, as we know that's built into our bylaws that council gets to earmark where any excesses or surpluses go. So at that time, council can make a separate motion to take $75,000 out of that surplus and be earmarked for this project, and which then will be built into the corporate plan. So when it comes back forward in the 2024 corporate plan, then we do not need to find a funding formula for this, because it's already been earmarked through the surpluses. So I think Councillor Laurie, you are correct in that. So I would ask you not to do anything now, because when it comes back to our spring adjustment, then if council around the table at the time would like to earmark some of the surpluses to this project, that would be the appropriate time.
Excellent. No, thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, if we could just have administration keep this top of mind as we go forward to that process, to maybe to remind council that this is one of those items that have been identified. Again, with all the asks and everything that goes on, we don't want to lose sight of this one. So if that's an opportunity that we have, great. If we have to wait until our budget debates for the 2024 corporate plan, then, you know, that is what it is. But if we have that opportunity to make that designation, I guess you call it, for the funding prior to, so that it is secured and we have that formula in place, and I think that would be fantastic. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for bringing forward, Councillor. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? So, okay, seeing none, before I call the question, thank you much for the presentation to the members of the Pioneer Museum that showed up. I 100% support the museum and what's going on in there. Definitely taking a little bit of history and then saving that as a snapshot so that we can go and enjoy it, learn from it, and make sure we don't forget where we come from. Because a lot of times when communities forget their roots, then they're usually wandering, lost, trying to figure out who they are and where they're going. Stony Plain has not done that. Stony Plain has prided ourselves in our history of our agriculture, and definitely power generation is one of those historical roots within our community. So thank you very much. Okay, members of council, there's a motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to 9.2, which is the Edmonton Global Update. Administration.
Thank you, Worship. Earlier this evening, we received a presentation from our partners at Edmonton Global with regards to an annual update, and information has been included in the agenda package, and I would just ask Council's consideration to accept that for information, and happy to answer any questions that Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hansard for the motion, please.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council accept the Edmonton Global Update for information.
Thank you. Members of council, I'll ask any questions on the motion, debate, comments? Okay. See none, I'll support the motion again. It's great to see actually in paper of what the impact Edmonton Global has in our region. I said it earlier that we are stronger together, and if we hunt as a pact, we as a region, our residents do not know borders. As a resident of Stony Plain, growing up here, we travel to Spruce Grove, to the county, and to Edmonton many times out of the week. There is no borders there. And now I'm an adult, I can do that freely as well still. Our residents will travel anywhere in this whole region for the services that they require. The amenities, the servicing for doctors, health care, it doesn't matter where they're located, they will come to this region and they will go find those services. Looking at some of the companies and the investment that has come into our region, that benefits us all. Right? Looking at page 30, 34 and 35, where it shows the impact on the labor force and the overall increase in GDP of the area, it shows that works. Having an investment in our community doesn't mean it has to land in Stony Plain. Okay? That does not happen. Right? Stony Plain does not have the land mass, the services to land some of those investments. Right? But when it is landed in the region, that impact ripples through our communities. So all 13 of us, or 15 of us that are in the Edmonton Global, get a benefit. And I definitely appreciated that report that actually showed it, so there's some numbers to that. So just that $1.2 billion investment, as mentioned by Councillor Plechko on the air products, has almost a $23 million impact on our community, which is huge. And that's why working together as a region is always beneficial. And I will always support regional initiatives coming forward from this council and from our surrounding communities. Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, it's carried. Moving on to 9.3 is the recreational facility. Go ahead, administration.
Your Worship, members of council, and those in the gallery and on the line. This evening, we're bringing forward a update presentation to council about the recreation facility, which has been a strategic priority for council since 2017, when an indoor facility strategy was completed with the City of Spruce Grove, Parkland County, and ourselves. For the first while of our strategic plan, the rec facilities base, it was an exploration in terms of feasibility and business case, and recently it turned into an actionable item, which is build a facility in Stony Plain. This evening, we're here with you to discuss, we have more information about the facility, as you can see on the screen, and also talk to you about Class B capital costs, which we did receive over the Christmas break and has been analyzed and brought back through the consultant to administration. So, quick presentation, Mr. Mayor, and then we'll open the floor for questions from council related to the project and the next steps. That's exactly what I just said to you, council. This is what we're looking to go through this evening very quickly in terms of project update, the financial impacts, which is the capital cost, and the operation costs that we've projected for the project, the next steps that administration will undertake in the next 2 to 5 months, and answer any questions related to the project by council. So just a quick background on the project. 2017, as stated earlier, indoor facility study was completed with the 3 municipal partners. In that, it provided gaps in our indoor facilities that currently exist, and it projected some timing on when we might want to start putting new facilities in the region in order to address those gaps. Our strategic plan then started to align with some of the recommendations that popped out of that study. And we looked at the feasibility of a recreation facility in our community. In 2019, the strategic plan converted and transitioned to physically building a facility in Stony Plain. We've done some public and targeted engagement throughout that 2017 to 29 timeframe, and also last year. In 2021, unfortunately, the community suffered a great loss with the Westwards Curling Club being lost to fire. And at that time, we added that to our conceptual and our more detailed designs as part of a larger, more robust facility that included the dry sport plus curling as an addition. Also within that, we looked at various construction types to understand what the cost implications would be of tension membrane, the pre-engineered and typical construction type, and brought that report forward to council in detail. Also during that, the time that we've been discussing this particular project, we did have a few designs that contemplated putting the facility on the Glen Hall site, potentially adjoining it to the Glen Hall Arena, and creating more of a recreation hub in the existing rec space. Some of the things that determined that might not be the best idea was parking would be a bit of a challenge. We'd also displace a few of the ball diamonds and have to rebuild those, and that came at a higher cost also to the project. So we did some research and analysis and evaluation of the lands that are adjacent to the Stony Plain Central School site, which has progressed a lot further than the picture that you're seeing this evening. And a determination was made to put the rec facility north of the new Stony Plain Central School lands, which is adjacent to Brickyard Drive, which the developer is scheduling to pave at some point in the very near future. So the site today, once the road is built out, and we do have some area structure plans that have identified residential build out on the west of Brickyard Drive. The school you can see just to the bottom of the page, that's the actual footprint of the school and the amenity spaces that are being built at that site currently. And this illustration does show the footprint of the recreation facility including the curling club. So just below the new recreation facility center would be the curling space. And the recreation facility center would be the dry sport space. We are talking about a potential three-phase addition of recreation facilities in the community. So the aquatics has been illustrated and arena has been illustrated as a future. We do own the land to the north of the parking, and there is an opportunity to potentially attach that to the facility, and we would just relocate the parking to the north. But it does show there's potential, there's adequate space to add those 3 phases to where we've chosen for our site. So the design, it is a dry sport facility, and dry sport means there's some field space, and we'll go through some illustrations to show you that, court space, running track, adventure, the curling operation, and we do have some community space within the building too. Also, the design does support the future phases that we're contemplating for facility development in the community in the future. These are 2 examples, or sorry, 2 illustrations of the exterior of the building. I would suggest that the one on the left is looking from the north to the south, and the one on the right would be looking from the school back towards Brickyard subdivision. The glazing that you do see in the front entrance, it's purposeful so that we can get as much natural light into the building as possible. So the lobby space has that glazing, so the natural light can go into the first level and the second level. Where you see the glazing on the left-hand side, that would be directly into the field and gymnasium spaces. This is a floor plan of the ground floor. So as you can see, there's a field on the right-hand side of the dry sport section. There's 4 dedicated pickleball courts. There's 2 multi-purpose courts, which also have the ability for an additional 4 pickleball courts, with a total of 8 if the building was rented out in its entirety. Curling, 6-sheet curling facility with the amenity spaces required for the curling facility, and the change rooms are on that bottom floor. And there's ample space for circulation for the public and their ability to watch from the lobby space back into the play space, the dry sport space. With budget constraints and restrictions, the seating that we would be proposing for this particular facility would be more of the mobile versus the fixed. Fixed seating would have required more square footage and a higher cost to construct. So this building does contemplate not fixed seating, but more of a portable seating option. Second level, you can see the small concession and this is bar on the diagram, which is pretty integral to the curling operation. That's one of their main big fundraisers that they do have on an annual basis. You can see that it is open to the lobby, which would mean that more of an opportunity for public to access that space for food and drink service, and also viewing back into the curling space, running track on the top portion. Then you've got the community spaces, which we would be contemplating putting adventure into 1 or 2 of those community space rooms. So we are looking at, if everyone's familiar with American Ninja Sports and also climbing. So both of those would be going into those spaces, and the height and the size of those spaces would accommodate those options. Dry sport, so this is the field house and the gymnasium spaces. So as you can see, these are renderings of what it would likely look like. You can see that we do have drop-down curtains so that we can separate the spaces for the typical uses. Soccer balls flying into volleyball courts, likely not the best. So we would put provisions in so that we can ensure that whatever's happening on the court spaces is not going to be interfered with by the adjacent sports happening. And as you can see on the right-hand side, you can see people walking in the lobby, and you can see the glazing that looks directly in. And on the second level, you can also see the glazing and the running track looking over the rail into the court space. Curling, so there's 2 depictions of the potential curling. So 6 sheets. The left-hand side is the bottom level. You can see on the far side, far end, you can see the glazing out to the front of the building, and also there'll be glazing between the ice and where people could sit and actually watch. And then you can see the second level and the space and the visibility into the sheets. And then on the the right-hand side, you can see that's a lower level. It's a 2-tiered. Council's familiar with our tour that we took in Sylvan Lake. This is very similar to what their curling club looked like in terms of that lower tier, and then we have the upper tier. We have the upper tier going into the actual concession area. So very bright and open, and provides lots of visibility into the space when curling activity is happening. Circulation, this shows elevator, of course, for inclusivity and accessibility into the building, wide corridors, so we can have a lot of people walking in and out of the building and support the different uses that are happening. The left hand depicts the second level, so you would be walking up the stairs, and you see the gentleman in his shorts is just at the edge of the stairwell, which on the right-hand side, you can see his back's turned again, or on the phone, it looks like. Just below the top of the stairs is the circulation desk. So that would be where our customer service people would be sitting. So you do have to walk by that desk to get to anywhere in the building. So that does promote the fact that you would be stopping there versus someone just breezing by, jumping in, putting their running shoes on and going out to the court surfaces. So there is a bit of a flow to the building in terms of making sure that people do check in with the front desk and make sure that they're either paying their fee or getting their dressing room assignments. Capital funding, as it's no surprise, and it was mentioned in one of our presentations this evening, there is certainly an inflationary cost has been incurred in the construction market. Numbers are more, some are coming around 40%, some are more than 40%, but generally speaking, the trend has been in that 40% inflation mark for capital funding, for capital construction, which has certainly impacted this project as a whole. When we first started looking at this project, we were looking at a building that was in the realm of 15 million, and we're well beyond that 15 million at this point. So the Class B projected costs. So this Class B has been taken from the design drawings, which are at 45 to 50% complete. This is typically when the Class B is completed. There's enough detail that has been done in the drawings that a cost consultant can look at the types of fixtures and furnitures and the type of mechanical systems that are being projected for the building to get a very detailed cost as it relates to what they know today. With that, the cost projection has come to just under $39.5 million. Of that, the curling makes up just under $8 million. The dry sport is just under $24 million of that. We do have escalation and contingency in there. The escalation and contingency is based on now projects are putting in an escalation cost for contingency, which in my time doing large projects of this nature, an escalation cost has not been typical in terms of these types of projects. I think because of the market and the volatility of the market, projects are starting to include that as an extra contingency. There's typically construction contingency in all projects of this nature. So combining the two, almost $5 million. And then the site is 2.8, so that would be your parking and some of the accessibility on the exterior of the building to finish the project off. Projected operating. So we have looked at the projected operating of the building, and this is related to the dry sport side of the building alone. So from a rental perspective, programs and drop-in, and this, just to back up a few seconds, this doesn't include if we get any sponsorship of this type of facility from community members. It does not include the potential of having to service a debenture or a boring on this particular building to construct it. So this is purely operational. So we're looking at about $605,000 worth of revenue, and then the expense side is just under $800,000. So that has an operational deficit of about $188,000, which in a tax perspective is about 1% tax increase for the operations. So next steps, we are looking at a federal grant. So we are applying for that federal grant on February 28th. That federal grant is focused on green and net zero. So we are designing the building to be net zero ready. We have the potential of a grant in the neighborhood of $14 million to go towards this if we do realize the grant in its full application value. Being that it's a government grant, we don't anticipate hearing back from them until around Q3. It could be sooner. We are trying to get confirmation from the agency, but they're not giving us any definite when they would have a confirmation back to the town on our application. Detailed design, detailed drawings will continue, and tender documents will continue to be produced. They will be completed at the end of April. So as of the end of April, this project will be construction ready. So if we had the money in the, what that means is if we had the money in the bank, we would put tender out, and we would be probably putting shovels in the ground about the end of June once we go through our award process, tender and award process. We have done some sponsorship evaluation, so we have done evaluation of the building. Our consultant chatted with us about the potential of a $600,000 potential at this facility over 10 years, which equates to about $60,000 a year in sponsorship that could go back to assisting in the overall operational deficit. If that held true, when we did get the full $60,000, then there's that $188,000 deficit drops down by that $60,000 revenue. So we'd be in the 120 range for subsidy. We are looking for other grants that might be able to be applied for on behalf of the town of Stony Plain. So we have spoken with the Curling Club with respect to some provincial grants that they are certainly able to apply for on our behalf. That would be applicable to this particular project. Those grants are typically in the neighborhood of a total high-end value of $1 million if the grants were successful at the upper limits. Next for us, coming back in front of council, would be we will have the construction documents done in 2 months. If funding application results come back within that same time frame, or when they do come back, and when we do get some more formal commitments from some of the other partners that we're currently in and continue to talk with, we would certainly bring those updates back to council to say this is where this project is today, and this is the funding level commitments we have from a formal perspective that we can share with council. And that concludes my update.
Thank you for the update and the presentation. Members of council, I'm going to move over to any questions of clarity and understanding. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to ask some questions this evening, and I appreciate the presentation from administration. In my short time on council, I will say this is one of the projects that I've received the most calls on, taken the most messages about, had the most dialogue regarding, and I think there's going to be some jaws dropping when they hear that $39.5 million potential cost, which is, significant from the $15 million that had been discussed. I know in some conversations a 40% construction increase had been mentioned, and 15 million, at 40% doesn't get us anywhere. The 39.5 that was presented here this evening. So I do have a couple of questions, just for clarity, for council and those that maybe at home watching or may view this at another time, maybe some in the gallery here this evening. The presentation that's before us, the number that we have received is a projected cost. This isn't an approval this evening for this particular project, but can administration maybe clarify for us, if this passes this evening, is there an added cost that we will have to pay to move to the next phase of this in terms of going through the final design? I think the number is 50% completed at this point, or has all the dollars that have already been accounted for, dedicated to this project, going to cover those expenses moving forward to a final decision date?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, Certainly, the detailed design dollars have been allocated through previous corporate plan processes, and the completion of the design and the tender documents are paid for through those already committed dollars. So the 39.5 million, we'll call it, that's new dollars that would be required to construct the project, and that decision will not be made this evening. We will need to come back to council with once we have a better picture of the financial contributions that are committed to the project in certainty, then we'll have a better picture with respect to what is the town's potential debt limit that we would have to undertake to complete the project, and council would have the opportunity to debate that priority spending, and we would go from there at that point. I should back up and say that with the loss of the curling club, they have received word that they have a $3 million insurance coverage related to their loss, and they have provided us with notification that they would be putting that $3 million into the curling side of this particular project.
Perfect, and I do appreciate that clarity and understanding that, this discussion this evening does not add any cost to the particular project, that those have already been allocated, and that a final decision will come at a later date, that this is, that discussion for information. I do have a few additional questions, Mr. Mayor, but I can wait if there's others that would like to speak here.
Go ahead, go for a second question.
Perfect, thank you. Didn't see any size measurements outlined on the drawings there. And one of the conversations that I've had a couple of times with individuals in the community was their excitement around the turf space specifically, sharing that we don't really have any indoor turf-based facilities in the region, that they're heading to South Edmonton to access those types of facilities over the winter months. Looking at the drawing, and this is just my estimation based on the size of a court and the size of a soccer field, it doesn't appear to me that we will have a full soccer field in this facility. Could you maybe provide some commentary there, please?
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson, that's correct. A full-size soccer field was about a $3.3 million cost. So this field, and in discussion with soccer, I don't know what we would call them, professionals or soccer subject matter experts in the region, that was the desired when we went through the cost implication. That was certainly not something that we could undertake for this particular project. So this one is, in rough speaking, 100 feet by 50 feet, or I think soccer people deal with yards. It looks to be 50 yards by 33 yards. And a full soccer pitch, I believe, is 70 by 50, and Councillor Laurie could correct me on that.
Yeah, so a full-sized FIFA regulation soccer pitch is actually significantly bigger than that. It's about, I think it's around 100 by 65. But that typically is not what's utilized other than the very, very high-end, high-performance programs in the Edmonton area. For example, the Edmonton Scottish Soccer Dome, which you're referring to on the south side of Edmonton, it has one primary full-size FIFA soccer pitch that runs throughout the actual middle of it. But what happens is, for regular league play of almost all the programs that exist, that field in and of itself is actually split into multiple different segments. So that field actually consists of 3 what they call 9v9 fields and 4 what they call 7v7 fields. So depending on what age group, I believe the 7v7 fields are for your traditional under 9 and under 11s, and your 9v9 fields are for your under 13s and up. Just rough estimate based on what I've heard tonight, I believe as long as the lining was done appropriately, the turf surface that's included in here would allow for one 9v9 field to be included with a 7v7 field inset inside of it. So from a league play perspective for the non-boarded game that Canada Soccer has been moving to, that would be capable there. And I actually think that's probably quite adequate and acceptable in the region for the need that exists here. Majority, again, of the programs are still staying with the boarded program that you see in the Tri-Leisure Center, and there have been several facilities now that have done conversions where they have now inset the field inside the boarded perimeter of a field like you would see at the Tri-Leisure. So there would be more opportunity even at the Tri-Leisure Center to create a boardless field within that facility itself, not necessarily needing a brand new facility to do so.
Sure, and I can appreciate the commentary from both sides. The math that I've done doesn't equate to what I'm hearing. So if I'm incorrect in this, please correct me. But 100 feet by 50 feet actually equates 3 feet to a yard to about 33 yards by 15 yards, which is much smaller than 50 by, I can't remember the other number you threw out there. So 100 feet divided by 3, 33 yards. 50 feet divided by 3, 15 yards. So it's quite a small field. I threw in just into Google here really quick, listening to the commentary, a field of 30 by 15. They say U6 to U8, 4 versus 4 is the size there that comes up in terms of appropriate. So maybe I've missed something. I heard 50 yards and my mass is 33 yards in terms of a field length.
Just for correction, 100 feet by 150 feet.
Oh, okay, there
So
it is. Yep.
50 yards by 33 yards.
Gotcha. I heard 100 by 50. I missed the 100 by 150. So there's the clarity on that point. Thank you for that. Do you have a couple more, but I'll defer to a little bit later.
Thank you. Councillor Loynes?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for quick clarification, you had mentioned that the drawings will be ready by the end of April. If approved, tender would go out roughly May, June, shovel-ready June. When is this planning on coming back to council for the final yes or no then? Because that date wasn't mentioned.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loynes. Certainly, that might be grant-specific in terms of applications going in, as stated, 28th of February for the federal grant. And as the deadlines are for CFIP large grants, we would certainly have them in by that time too. With the federal grant, not anticipating that we will hear anything back until Q3. If something does change, we would certainly be bringing something back to council sooner. I believe in discussing with the CAO and myself this afternoon, we would certainly be bringing updates back to council as information becomes more formalized or more committed to us. That being said, I don't think we would come back, daily to provide an update with you. We would make sure that that information is collated and it was sizable enough that it was worthy of an update to council. And then we would put more information in front of you. A decision on the funding would likely come when we know what the outcome of the grant is. As stated in the report, this project is very challenging to be self-funded. So I don't think we would bring a funding report to you for a go or no-go until such time that we knew the outcome of that larger grant that we're applying for with the federal government.
Okay, so then, in order to have shovel in the ground for June, but if we won't hear back about these grants until Q3, we're obviously not talking about June of this year then.
Your Worship, through Councillor Loynes. So the example was if we had the money on the table, we would be ready to go in June. The project itself will be construction ready at the end of April. So should we have all of our financial certainties lined up and the approvals in place, then that certainly would be the timing. Because it's shovel ready, once we understand what the financial impact is, and if council does give us the green light to move forward with this project from a construction perspective, the tenders are going out the next day. That's how quickly we would transition from a project that's waiting for funding, received the funding, and now it's going out for tender, and we'll be in that construction phase very quickly after that tender process. Typically, a tender process around a month for us. With the size of a project this size, it would take, a fair bit of effort for a construction company to properly go through the motions and make sure that they've got a very tight and well sewn up proposal coming forward.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Worship. So I want to talk about page 82, the total capital estimate for this thing. I hear around the table, and I've heard through the community, the escalation to a $39 million project. I just want to break this down in plain terms so that we can totally see what we're at here. Our original project was just a facility that would be $15 million. Today, we've added probably close to 45% with part of the escalating contingency into that as an added cost. So if we take it back 2 years ago, we would have been a $50 million project. Today, this project is now $27 million. So we're almost 50%. So as this sits on the table, the costs escalate every year and will continue to escalate until this project either goes or disappears, one of the two. The other part that I want to talk about is we had a facility in our community that was an integral part of our community that burned to the ground. So I want to say that I think it's been very integral that our administration has had the opportunity to sit with the club that has burned to the ground and have a discussion to transition this into a much larger facility. At that same point in time, we need to understand that there's almost a $10 million additional cost for our community. Now, having said that, there's probably about $3 million that is going to come back. And then there's the potential of grants that you talk about as well. So another $1 million. So really, it's about a $6 million ask over a period of time for us. When we look at the costs associated with that, and then a $3 million site prep, does that site prep include the whole area to be ready for future? So that would be my first question. My second question will be related to the complex. That complex, will that be partially owned by the curling club, or will that complex be owned by the town and leased back to the curling club? How is that relationship? What have we had for a talk on that relationship? So there's funding coming back somewhere along the way. And I guess the final question would be, during the tender process, now I understand tenders fairly well from my days doing it. At any point in time, if we were unable, so let's pick a number. Let's pick that this comes in at $45 million. Is there any time in that process that we still can back out of that project?
Maybe speak to the tender question and allow the general manager to continue. I can see he's making some notes for himself over there and whatnot. Question, Your Worship, about the tendering process and what does that entail, or when can you say no, or what have you? The first answer I would provide to that is, a tender process is essentially, a potential contract. You're putting out that you would like to enter into a contract is essentially what you're doing. So as long as you're clear about what's in the contract and what may or may not happen as a result of decisions or not, legally it's you can go right up until the day it's you can open tenders. And frankly, if as long as you're clear at the front end in the documents, you can not award anything. Again, there's a fair amount to that, but that would be the basic, I guess, a basic legal perspective on it. As long as you ensure that the potential bidders, are aware of what some of the outcomes are, and it's all written in, lawyers, double checking it and all that sort of stuff. Yes, you can not award, I guess. So I'll just pause there for a second. I believe I've addressed this specific question. To go a little bit further than that, and this goes back, Your Worship, but bear with me, to Councillor Loyne's questions about timing. Although we haven't, I will certainly say that we haven't done a deep dive on that, or haven't, gotten clear or specific legal advice at this point, but we certainly would do so. To Councillor Plutchko's question, there could be a scenario where the tenders can go out if they're clearly written, without some of the financing that we were talking about, not having the total financing picture in place, so i.e. awaiting for a grant. You know, again, like anything else, there's a risk there. Usually if you're, you know, the trickier, so to speak, an RFP or a tender document is, you know, there's a cost there, and that will be reflected even in the bids as well. But there is an option to do that, to get the tenders out into the industry, while at the same time continuing to build out the capital financing, and then when the bids are open, I mean, where's the financing at, and what do you do next? Again, that's a pretty quick overview of a pretty complex tendering or legal process. But I feel like I made some comments and gave our general manager some time to prepare his answer. I'll stop there in case there's a follow-up on what I've just said, Your Worship.
Okay. General Manager, there's 2 more questions to be answered. Site preparation dollars, does it cost, is that for the entire site? In terms of the complex, if we partner with the Westwich Curling Club, how does that partnership look? Is it the dollars that they're providing for this, are they owners of it, or are they in lieu of payment for X number of years before they become rentees or leasees or whatever you call them?
Your Worship, certainly, I do have the answers to that. I'm not sure if there was a follow-up question to the CAOs. That is more prudent to answer first before I jump into these other 2 questions.
I just wanted to clarify that I was not suggesting anywhere along the way we would back out of a tender. I just wanted to make sure that there was clarification that there is the possibility of it in a tender when it goes out, that there is clauses within it that allow for certain things. And our general manager answered that very well. Thank you.
So the previous 2 questions, I'll start with who owns the building. We would own the building, 100%. It would be the town of Stony Plain, and we would be working with the curling club on an agreement of sorts. They would operate the program space their own, but we would have the facility subject matter experts to make sure that air handling systems, those types of things, that would be our responsibility. Roof needing repair, that would be our responsibility. Doors, those types of things. So the asset would be the town of Stony Plains, and we would have, you know, some sort of agreement, an operational agreement with the curling club related to the program space and how that functions within the entire building. I think that covers that one, if you're happy with that answer. So just a clarification, when you talk about the entire site, are you talking about the foundation would be in for the pool and the hockey rink, or can you just clarify that?
What I'm clarifying is that the site prep, traditionally, I suspect you'll have the land cleared and prepped for the new building. You'll have the land cleared and prepped for the asphalt, and over here the land will be cleared, but not necessarily prepped to the ability of having the foundation in, but it'll be ready for foundation grade.
Yeah, correct. So I don't know that from, you know, the arena side, we would certainly have what you saw from a parking element that would be done, and the parking space and the asphalt, would be down, and the parking stalls would be painted, and the curb and gutter and all that would be part of the project. Any of the green space that you saw on the illustration would be seeded or sodded or whatever we need to do to ensure that it's not dirt. It would be landscaped effectively. Where the pool would be located, I would suggest to you at this point, we would be making sure that the curb appeal of the entire facility looked good. And when it came to building the pool, we would still probably have to do some sort of investigation to confirm that nothing's changed on the site for the foundational work that would be required for that particular part of the building. And then similar to where we might place the arena, right now, it would be too early for us to start prepping and compacting the soils to ensure that they're ready for a building of that nature. Things could change in the next 10 to 15 years that, you know, a better foundation comes into play or some other methodology comes into play. So I think we would probably spend minimal dollars just making sure that curb appeal was in play, but compaction for this building specific would be done as per spec. And same with our parking lots in terms of the weights that we would expect to be going in and out on that asphalt. So heavy asphalt versus light duty.
Thank you for that. If it could, Mayor Choi, just a follow-up.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you for that with the curling club. So having that building as the town-owned building, in the off-season, when they're not occupying that space, will that be a space that the town can occupy for additional benefits to our community?
Your worship, through to Councillor Plesko, I think, conversation with the curling club certainly would look to us to maximize what that summer space may look like. It may, because of the type of construction that's happening and, more efficient, they may have a summer curling program that might be worthwhile at this point versus the sand floor and some of the complications that may come along with a sand floor in a building of what they had previous to this particular building that would be built to the code of the day, with the ice plants that would support and the condensers that would remove the condensation and all of those different types of things. So I think we would definitely have dialogue to ensure that this space could be maximized in the off-season for some form of activity that would help both ourselves and themselves from a revenue generating perspective.
Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got quite a few here, so I'll go through a couple and then I'll let you move on and we'll see if we can come back to me. Where to start? We'll start page 79. In respect to the dry sport, the field house, there's a comment that stood out to me where it says right at the top, 4 dedicated pickleball courts. And then when I look at some of the other facility mapping and the way that it shows it, and sorry again, I'm just gonna scroll to the map on page 77. So what we see is we see the 2 basketball courts with what looks like, I believe it would be a volleyball court inset with 2 additional pickleball courts inset. But then on the upper part, all we see is the 4 pickleball courts. I'm curious as to, obviously they're lines. Lines can be modified, changed, painted, so on and so forth. But I'm curious to the terminology on page 79 about 4 dedicated pickleball courts. As we just heard about curling contributing capital dollars to this and having some type of an operating agreement, is pickleball contributing any capital to this project in order to get dedicated courts?
Your worship, through to Councillor Laurie, at this point, no. The reason why we have dedicated courts right now of some sort over at the pavilion. So they rent roughly 560 hours of time between the months of October and May. And we don't have the availability to rent that facility out while they're in our facility during that time. So, from an operational perspective, that would free up that building. So that brings in revenue on that side of the building potentially. Pickleball is becoming a very popular sport. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't have some sort of contemplation of pickleball in this particular facility. It's not just a senior sport where people are going to Arizona and they're taking their warm months and playing this. There's a lot of younger people picking up this sport because of its popularity.
Absolutely, and I'm certainly not discounting the popularity of the sport. And looking at the layout of the floor, I think we could probably even fit many more than 8 courts potentially in this layout. I see you'd likely have the ability for at least 2 more, potentially 4 more. Again, it's all in configuration. It's all in how you put the lines down on there. And I agree, freeing up the pavilion for the rentals there once we have this space is obviously one goal that we would want to achieve. What concerns me though is just, again, is that usability of the space for multi-purpose. And it's just that standout of the dedicated on that. When you have a facility that's available for a wide range of uses, you can still dedicate time in usage, just like the Tri-Leisure does right now. There are certain allocations based on historical user groups, rental agreements, amount of time, all those kind of things. What I was looking for in this facility was essentially the ultimate versatility. And I'm going to bring forward one thing that I don't see in here, and I know it wasn't really talked about widely, but we still hear it a lot. Stony Plain used to be home to a facility called Court 21. It was an indoor racquetball and squash facility. And I still, to this day, even though that facility's been gone for a significant amount of time, have people asking if that would be something that would be considered in a new recreation facility. When I look at the size of this dry sports floor, I'm curious if we did consider the potential of including even just one racquetball or squash court in this facility. I'm looking at this saying, well, if we've got 4 dedicated pickleball courts, what would happen if we took 2 of those out and dedicated that other area of space? That still leaves 6 or potentially more pickleball courts if we reconfigured the floor space just for the lines. Again, the square footage appears to be there. So was there consideration in regards to other sports and other opportunities of what could be used in here? I know even for racquetball and squash, there are essentially the portable wall systems that could be purchased and erected so that that court can be built in a space and then it can be taken down. So maybe it doesn't have the popularity that if it was a 24/7, 365 permanent fixture, but maybe if it's a simplistic enough system to put up and we have operational staff, maybe we could dedicate 1 day a week to that sport. Has that been considered and contemplated in here?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. So certainly we don't have users, dedicated users that play squash or racquetball. To the degree that we have pickleball and soccer and basketball and volleyball and those types of users. So when we did our targeted engagement, there was 0 conversation about racquetball and squash. When we did our community engagement, which we sat at the CLC for a number of days during a annual trade show, we targeted several locations around the community with our consultant. There was 0 conversation about racquetball and squash. So this is reflective of what we heard in terms of what people wanted in the community. And since I don't recall a single comment about racquetball and squash related to this particular facility in the time that it's been in the public realm.
Okay. And again, as a counselor, I've heard it before. Again, the popularity of the sport often goes hand in hand with the ability to play the sport. And there is essentially 0 ability for anybody even to try that sport in this entire region right now. If you want to even try that sport right now, you're going to the city of Edmonton. So having a provision where there's an opportunity for that, again, and I would not necessarily say dedicating a large portion. I'm honestly not necessarily in favor of dedicating any portion of this facility to any one sport. I think the goal of this facility should be to be as open and as versatile as possible to make sure we are maximizing every opportunity for usership and therefore revenue to offset any potential operating deficit. So again, I'm hopeful this, essentially right now, what we're talking is the semantics of what goes inside, whereas the reality of the project we're speaking of today is the design and the shell. I think what goes in the shell is very important, but I don't think it's going to make a substantial difference to, I wouldn't even say there'd be a difference in the cost unless we were installing a permanent court that required, much more cost for walls and glass panels and those type of things. But in the grand scheme of a $39 million project, we're probably talking a couple $1,000s for some of the portable systems that exist out there to provide that opportunity. I think it worthwhile. I also think it worthwhile if there's 2 basketball courts here with pickleball courts in set, why wouldn't we consider making sure that the lines were there for a third basketball court running perpendicular to the ones that are there? Again, maximizing the opportunity and potential. Same with the volleyball courts, maximizing opportunity and potential. If you want to host any type of tournament, the more fields or courts that you have in one facility, the better. The more attractive. If any organization can come in, including pickleball, including volleyball, including basketball, can come in and look at one facility and say, I can host my entire event here, that's huge to them. They don't want to be in multiple locations. So that's just some feedback and consideration there, and I don't think there's really an answer that needs to come from that. Can I go to a second one, Your Worship?
You can, but right now we're going to take a recess.
Sure.
We're back from our recess and continue on with 9.3. Councilor Laurie, go ahead with your questions and comments.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to try to work a couple together here. I'm going to start off, again, referencing pages 78 and 77. Looking at the curling lounge, the two-story curling lounge. It's seemingly a very large area, and part of the reason why I'm identifying that is I'm looking at the space that is being included in this whole facility, including the community rooms, and I'm thinking of not just the current recreation center that we have, but other recreation centers that I'm familiar of. And one of the things that I've seen in virtually every recreation center ends up being personal fitness equipment. The likes of the treadmills, the free weights, the machines, all of those type of things. I've seen several facilities start without those things. And next thing you know, the demand is there and they're there. Also, when we're looking at this and we're looking at $188,000 operating deficit in the initial estimations, I look at opportunities for us to provide a higher level of service in this facility, make it more desirable, which would also then potentially be a cause for more revenue. So as I'm looking at this entire facility, I'm trying to understand if we have that opportunity, if we even have that opportunity here. Because ultimately, we know that this is going to be the lowest operating deficit of every phase of this potential recreation facility. Aquatics operates at a significant operating deficit. ICE operates at a reasonable operating deficit just due to the much higher expenses of those type of operations and the need to balance what a community is willing and or able to afford to pay. So in theory, the dry sports aspect or the dry sports component phase of this project was the one that we were anticipating to have the least operating deficit and potentially actually the opposite of that. I'm looking at potentially having an operating revenue which would then help offset when we did get to future phases that had a higher deficit. So I'm wondering if we can have a little bit of update from the general manager, some comments from the general manager in regards to the opportunity for fitness style equipment to be included in this project to potentially help increase revenues.
Okay. Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Laurie. So from a space specific for what you're describing, that wasn't contemplated. Could we do it? We certainly could. We could choose not to do adventure, and we could replace the adventure with that type of activity, which, as you're right, there are people that come and use those types of facilities, that type of equipment, and in most facilities that include fitness, the fitness generally generates revenue versus is operated at a loss. Until you get into the capital equipment replacement and those types of things, then that can change that conversation. With respect to that, I don't think this is depicting accurately what would be happening. I don't think the lounge is 2 levels. Certainly, I think the space is dedicated to curling. I think perhaps, and thank you for pointing that out, I think that curling lounge was a layer from the top that may not have been deleted from that bottom layer. But typically curling clubs would have, that would be where the players would go. And some come dressed, some don't need a dressing room, they just slip their shoes on and then go onto the ice. So that provides that opportunity, as we saw in the original curling club, where the bottom level was where your players arrived and did their thing. We do have locker access that they can certainly go and change and store some of their equipment. And then the second level was more of that socialization and after event activity. We certainly could have more conversation with the curling club to see exactly how much space they would need there, whether that would be, adding that equipment into that particular area would make sense. But certainly to add it at this point, to add square footage to the building for that, from a purpose perspective, that's a cost increase. However, if we wanted to add it within the space that's already contemplated in this particular design, then definitely those community rooms are certainly have some opportunity to be allocated to a different use if we choose to do so.
Awesome, thank you. And that is, again, kind of part of that conversation. For me, it's not about adding square footage. For me, it's about the utilization of the square footage that exists within the current building footprint, similar to what I was talking about on my last point there. And, you know, that is one of those areas I identify. I think, again, we had a great tour of the Sylvan Lake facility that had the curling rink in it. It had a beautiful area upstairs that had that kind of step-down viewing that it looks like this has on the second story. It had that nice eating area, seating area, and that. And so when I look at the main floor, I 100% agree again that an area for those coming into the curling, you know, getting their equipment, just putting their slides, their shoes, those type of things on that don't need the full-on change rooms that they do have access to on the other side that are shared with dry sports. I look at, you know, there does appear to be an opportunity for a change in utilization of some of the space to provide more opportunity for revenue generation. Same thing with those community rooms. I know community space is always something that we value and that we look for, but you know, we do have a lot of great community spaces as it exists today in meeting rooms, and to be able to utilize that space, if we're already talking about one or two of those community rooms being used for the adventure side that we spoke about, maybe two of those rooms or that space, again, it would be better utilized for adventure and the fitness. And you know, same as we've seen around the Tri-Leisure, the corners of the track where those jut outs, where there's the space, they have all types of equipment around there, equipment around the perimeters and that. So I think, you know, some creativity as we look at this in understanding what our opportunities are, where we can provide the best value add to our residents, and where we can provide the best opportunity for cost recovery is something that should be taken with the utmost importance on that. The only other thing that I bring up at this point in time, and then Mr. Mayor, I'll stop for now, is you talked about the glazing of the glass, and there was a really good picture that showed it. Page 80. It shows the beautiful vision directly into the curling ice from the outside, which from an aesthetics point is fantastic. But this was one of the biggest things that was pointed out at the the Sylvan Lake facility, because I looked up at the beautiful wall of windows and they were covered by blankets. And I asked the question, why? Well, because any natural sunlight onto the ice surface created challenges on the playing surface and created challenges for the ice makers. So while aesthetically it is beautiful, functionally, I think that might be something we really want to take a look at and make sure that we're not going to compromise the playing surface and create more operational challenges for an aesthetic purpose.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment on that. I know you're not looking for an answer, but just a comment. I believe if you see the first layer of glass there on either second or first floor in the curling ice, my understanding is at the Sylvan Lake facility, that was their exterior wall. So the glazing was on the exterior wall. So the light was coming directly through the glazing on the exterior wall, versus we have an exterior wall, plus we have lobby, then we have glazing into the curling space. So there's quite a distance, or there's a separation between the light coming in and having impact, I believe, on the curling ice. My understanding also is the architect would have done their own modeling in terms of, they've got enough artificial intelligence with their modeling in terms of sunlight and penetration into the building and just how far we're going to get that sunlight and whether or not the glazing is going to provide the value that they're looking to or how it impacts the play. So certainly something we can circle back and ask them, but my understanding is they've done some of that review and look at, and I don't believe they would have recommended this particular design if it was going to impact that, but certainly your comments are something that we'll circle back and just confirm.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I would agree that I don't think anybody's intention would be ever to put something forward that would, you know, cause the use not to be optimal. I think it's unfortunately one of those things that is a balance where theoretically and scientifically the numbers may say one thing and then in practice it isn't. So I'd maybe encourage some investigation into other facilities that have natural or have had natural light able to penetrate into the surface, whether it's directly from an exterior wall or whether it's through 1 or 2 or 3, and determine that. Again, I can appreciate this isn't on an external wall. I can appreciate there's multiple layers, but it's another one of those things that it's a lot easier to fix in the initial planning stage than it is if it's constructed and we find a problem later on. So it's just some observation and feedback there. At this time, Your Worship, I do have another one, but I don't want to hog the floor. I understand colleagues probably have questions as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hanson?
I'd like to ask one question now, Mr. Mayor, and then I have some comments to make a little later.
Sure.
My question is, we're doing a lot of discussion about the actual design of the building. Is that normally what we would undertake in a council meeting? Or would this be something that we would be having other meetings, perhaps, with administration to discuss these details?
Actually, Councillor Hansford, yes, I think we've had several conversations prior to this. This is just, again, coming back for final approval for the final detailed designs. And looking at the motion that'll be read later on is actually to confirm our commitment to work with the Westwich Curling Club to add that 6-sheet of curling facility, because when the initial motion came forward, that was not on the motion.
Okay.
And also then, of course, with what administration said with the escalating costs of construction, again, that's why it's coming back before council. And this is going before this is done. If council approves this will go to finalizing the detailed designs, which means it is pretty...
We have a time to speak here.
It is
Okay.
pretty quiet.
So I really appreciate that clarification, because everything got put back on the table when the decision is being considered and passed that the curling facility is going to become part of this building, correct?
I think everything we've chatted about today so far in terms of questions of clarity and understanding is everything that we've talked about in the past.
Okay.
This is maybe just a little bit of, I guess, reorganizing your closet, I guess, of where you want to put everything to maximize the space. I think that's the conversation. It's not about making it bigger or larger or shrinking it down. It's like, okay, if we had this much space, instead of having, your closet organized in such a direction, you can switch them around to make it more useful. I think that's the conversation right now.
With that said, I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Laurie in the idea that we have versatile spaces, not dedicated spaces, because that really does limit your use and keep other people from coming forward to use the facility.
Right, and I would just kind of add this comment there. I know council wants to look after every community group that we have in our community and residents that want to use this facility. But rest assured, we can't be everything to everyone. Right? Once we start trying to make sure that we're so accommodating, so versatile, you don't have very much of anything.
Yeah.
Right? A perfect example is the Heritage Park Pavilion. That was built quite a few years ago. And just because of the evolution of use, we've had bus rodeos inside there. We've had 4-H sales. We've had pickleball. We've had farmers markets, trade shows. We've even had a few galas in there. But it was never designed for that. So again, when we come down to this conversation about what do we think should be in there, sometimes that's just best left out of the equation because it will evolve as we use it. But having the ability to use it in certain different ways is appropriate. So definitely like talking about making sure that there is the ability to reline or draw pickleball courts here versus there.
Yes.
It's making sure that we maximize that. And I think that was the point that Councilor Orr was getting at, and I think administration had heard that. And they may look at that and come back and say yes or no.
Right.
There's no direction here, it's just commentary.
I got it. So Deputy Mayor Anderson had, I don't know how many more questions, but I'm interested to hear them, and then I'd like to make some statements.
Thank you. Then I'll go on. Councillor Meyer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question through to the General Manager. Just looking at page 79, I'm just curious. I see a three-lane running track, and just my recent experiences running on the track at our Tri-Leisure, I believe, and to Councillor Laurie's point about gym equipment all along the way, there is a fairly more track at the Tri-Leisure. I'm just curious if this design has the ability to expand a track, or if that was considered at all. As well as, at the same time, I'll just bring up an interesting conversation I had with a citizen who had suggested actually a bi-level track, and I'm just curious if that was something that even exists.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer. Expansion of the track, I would say not without substantial redrawing, because it's supported by the structure below. Certainly a question we could ask, but I would say it would not come at a cost reduction. It would come at a cost increase. Because the structural related to moving that track out from a 3-lane to a 4-lane, as an example, likely would require additional reinforcement and moving of those pylons or support structures, which would likely then reduce some of your field space and your play space below. So I'm not sure what the impact of that would be. That would be, my initial commentary on that. Would have to get some feedback or some certainty from the architect for sure. But when I look at how those beams are located and situated, it looks like they're supporting the track. They would have to be moved out, which would then impact the space below. And the foundational diagram certainly too, because I would imagine that these are going into the concrete for that ultimate structural support. And then I think probably it ties into the roof system too. So there's probably a very complicated engineering system that they would have to go and look at to see what those options would be and the cost implications. In terms of a bi-level, I'm sure everything's possible with cash put on the table. I'm certain there's probably, I've not seen it before, but there probably is a track out there where you're running, there's an incline to it. So I would say that bi-level would provide some sort of hill-like component to the indoor track, and probably in a facility it does exist. I've not seen it or witnessed it myself, but I would say that the potential is probably there for that to occur. In this facility, I don't think we have the space allocation to allow that because it would impact what's going on below the track. This is a very tight track. The reason why it is the way it is in the size, it's 200 meters is what that track distance is it's all based around the second level space that's available for a track, and as it relates to the rest of the building space allocation on that second level. So we could expand it maybe by a little bit if you took out all of the washrooms and the storage and the community rooms on that upper level. However, those are pretty integral to the space too in the operation of the facility. So I would say they probably maximized the track with the space available within this current design.
Okay, and just a follow-up to that one, if I could, I guess just get the general manager's opinion on whether the current demand or potentially the projected demand would exceed what we are offering here in terms of the track space.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, we definitely have a group that likes to walk in the wintertime, and we do open the pavilion for that purpose on particular days in the wintertime. I think we have a very active community in terms of winter walking and those types of things. I think once the weather is nice, there's a lot of people that would prefer to run outside or run on the track at the old high school grounds and do other pursuits. Maybe Chicago is another opportunity for them. I do think the track will be well used, particularly in the winter months, mums and strollers, those types of things where, based on what we've seen with the mild winter here, there's more ice on sidewalks than there is sidewalks. So this provides a safe opportunity for people to go and walk. I do believe it would be well used in this particular facility. Is it going to, like the TLC track is different than this track? Yes, I've utilized that facility myself. If I want that type of workout and activity and length, then I'm going to go to the place where it's going to provide me that opportunity versus struggling through on this 200-meter track.
Councillor Hanson?
Sorry, I can hold that till I make my other comment if you're going to go to Councillor or Deputy Mayor Laura.
Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you, Councillor Hansard, for throwing it back my way. I've had the opportunity to kind of listen to the commentary through council and hear some of the questions, and have taken the time to try to summarize my thoughts, I guess, into three things that I would like to leave here with today. And so really centers around usability of a facility, cost of the facility, and accessibility of the facility. And so first, just a comment around the usability and the design. I know Councillor Laurie brought the idea up, Councillor Hansard echoed, and I think I would throw my voice behind as well. Having dedicated lines on a court space that very easily could be multi-use, I feel like limits a little bit the usability of the facility. And so, from my perspective, I would love to see, the best use of those, that gym space, I guess, as we can. And if that, includes some basketball or volleyball or other lines over top of the pickleball courts, I don't think that would be the wrong decision. In fact, I think that would allow increased opportunity for residents and events and those sorts of things. So that's just a comment. Second, around cost, just looking for a quick summation from administration. We've talked about the overall projected cost. There's been some commentary throughout the presentation and in discussion around possible funding options and a funding report coming back to council as identified in the motion that's up on the screen. But maybe just a quick summation of what council and the community can expect in terms of that funding report. And so just to clarify that, what sort of partnerships, grants, or otherwise are being considered? Obviously, nothing's guaranteed. Obviously, numbers aren't final. But just so that at one point in our meeting, we can look back and say, here are the things that have been identified as partnerships and possibilities in terms of grant funding. So.
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson. So I heard one question that was related to funding and what we may bring back to you at some point. So I guess I would summarize it, and I'm sure the CAO may have some commentary at the completion of mine. We would be funding it through these categories. We'll call them categories. So debenture would be part of it. What that number looks like would be related to partnerships or donations that we may receive. So I would suggest that the $3 million from the curling club would be a partnership donation. Then there's grants. Grants would typically come from the provincial, federal government level, or some other person that or other entity that would deem a grant. So municipal partners sometimes say, here's our grant. They term it that way, not here's a lump sum value or a contribution. If it's a contribution, we can articulate it in that way too. But typically you're going to have a debenture, you're going to have some sponsorship, contribution, some grant funding, and then we have a developer levy that we've got on our books also, which is future. We certainly don't have the forecasted, when we did the development levy model, we had a price, and from time to time we update the numbers, and that impacts the percentage share that we would expect from developers. And again, that's a model that it's discretional in terms of, I think there's a fine balance between how much you would leverage from the developer and how much makes sense, and there's a balance between, does that levy start to stop development in the community because it might be too high. So I think, there's some things there, but the original model contemplated $4.6 million from the development levy. We certainly don't have $4.6 million sitting in the bank today related to that. We have about $300,000. So in the time that we've put that model in place, we've gained $300,000, which is quite substantial. If you think about the time frame that we've had that in place. So we could probably likely get into the millions of dollars depending on how much comes in from a development perspective and growth. So those are, generally speaking, the areas that we would typically be looking to get funding from. Yeah, I think.
No, and I appreciate that. And like I said, I think a lot of that was alluded to throughout the discussion this evening. So having a summation of all of those opportunities was what I was looking for. And so just very quickly, sponsorships, developer levies, partnerships, which could be municipal partners, could be sports organizations. The example there was a curling club, grants from multiple levels of government, and then developer levy as well. So lots of opportunity, we'll say, in terms of avenues that will be pursued over the next few months as we look at funding the recreation center. My final question this evening relates to accessibility. And when we're looking at a facility of this magnitude and cost and wanting to make sure that it's usable by all members of our community, I know the province has a barrier-free design guide. It is based on the Alberta Building Code. They have identified things that are mandatory in terms of kind of that universal design, barrier-free development and those sorts of things. But in that guide as well, they also list things that are best practice. And so an example of that would be, and I'm going to pull this up just directly from the guide so I don't make any mistakes, but the mandate in the building code is that there's barrier-free entrances, not less than 50% of the pedestrian entrances. So 50% or more of entrances should be barrier-free. The best practice, though, in the same guide suggests that all building entrances should be barrier-free to ensure maximum ingress and egress for residents of all ability levels. And so my question here is, in the conversation with the architect, what direction has been given in terms of planning for accessibility design and universal design and barrier-free design for the recreation center?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson. So certainly, I can't give you the percentage of doorways that would be exceed the. We would follow code 100%. That definitely is not an option. We'd certainly be there. In areas where it made sense for us to enhance that, we would certainly enhance that. So I would say and suggest, just looking at the design here, the main entrance certainly would, whether that be a sliding door, whether that be doors that open with the push buttons, yet to be determined. But it's usually they're illustrating that's a doorway with the W. Further over to the curling entrance, that certainly would be, and any entrance in and out of spaces would certainly have that accessibility requirement. So if someone had to get into a space, whatever it be, whether it be a push button or a slide door, it would be accessible to all that would potentially come and use that facility. I think I would have to confirm this, but when you look at the second level of the curling facility as an example, it shows stairs. I'm not sure that there's space that would permit us to get someone down there on their own. It might be one of those things where we would have to come up with a different plan, but certainly something we can ask the architect in terms of what percentage are we exceeding, or are we in line with that recommended versus meeting the code.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that. I think there's a lot of value in having these conversations ahead of time as the plans are being finalized, as opposed to reacting to a potential deficit after the fact when remediation may need to occur and adjustments, to the facility or whatever after the fact certainly have an added cost. And so having some of these discussions, around not just, what is this legislated requirement, but how do we ensure that all residents are able to freely access the facilities that are being built in our community, I think is an important conversation. And this is something that's come up, for me a couple of times in council, and things as small as, ensuring we're paved all the way up to our light standards, where a button may be to cross a road, like things that seem so simple that maybe we still have some area for growth as a municipality. And so my encouragement just is that, we look beyond the minimum building code and that we take all steps that we can during the design phase to ensure that all residents will have, equal access to a facility that we're building. So.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just start by saying I feel like I've picked on this design a lot tonight, but I feel it's prudent at this point in time to be critical because we are moving to a phase where the next design that I think we see, it's going to be very hard to get any changes done at that point in time. So I want to make sure that that feedback is presented here today. I want to make sure that that is all out on the table today, because ultimately we want the best facility for the residents. And the most versatile facility, again, no, we can't build something that's going to be, everything to everybody, but at the same point in time, I think, there are realistic expectations of what can and cannot be done on that. I'm very proud of the fact that we've been able to partner with the curling club, in turn what was a tragedy at that point in time into what I foresee being a very successful venture. I'm very happy with the design that it's a 6-sheet, which will allow for appropriate hosting of higher level competitions, giving you seating on either side and still allowing 4 sheets in the middle. We just saw the Alberta Men's Provincial Championships at the River Cree, and frankly, I think we could do better. So I'm glad that we have opportunities like that could be presented with this design. In saying that, I will refer to page 88. Every iteration and concept of this design that we have seen today has had this as an attached inclusive recreation center, with the idea that a family could go to this recreation center and one member of the family could go swimming, one member of the family could go up on the track, one member of the family could be at the gym or on the field or wherever, and another member could be on an ice surface, all within the same building. But this design has now come forward with the arena being proposed as a completely separate building, no longer within the same confine. It's in the same parking lot, but it is no longer attached, which does create some difficulties when it comes to parents attending the facility and their comfort level with where their children are. Can we get a little bit of context from administration as to why we now see the future arena planned as no longer attached to the recreation center?
Your Worship, through Councilor Laurie. So I think our primary focus was on phase 1, certainly, and our secondary focus was on phase 2. So most of the iterations that you've seen come before council have contemplated and considered those 2 phases. Future arena, certainly we illustrated we can accommodate it on this site. If we want to attach it to that particular building, we would displace the parking lot and we would do that work, and we would build a parking lot further out related to the ice facility. There are facility designs out there now that are separating facilities. It's a complex. It's a campus of sorts. I would argue if that building was attached, yes, you'd be within the same building, but on the other side of a parking lot, you're not that far away from your family members either. In a larger facility like the TLC, if I'm in the swimming pool, it's quite a distance to the hockey rink, as an example. And that's a facility I think we're all familiar with. When I get out of the pool, I'm walking probably an equal distance to what we're showing on this diagram here to the arena facility to watch my son, daughter, family member play a game of hockey. And similarly to the field spaces. So I believe we're still addressing the fact that it's on one site. I don't know 15 or 20 years from now if something else could come up where we might be moving the arenas to a different part of the community because it makes more sense. We currently have the Glen Hall above this facility. When it meets its life, we might twin that, and it might make sense for it to still remain on that upper level at that space. So I think at this point, it shows that there is potential for arena to be there. How it fits within this facility as a whole in the future is certainly something that will continue to evolve as we get closer and closer to making a decision for arenas to be part of this overall facility.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, theoretically, if arenas end up as a higher priority in the future of the community instead of a new aquatics facility, or if a regional partner decides to build a separate aquatics facility and the need for this goes down, the arena could theoretically be where the future aquatics addition is shown as an attached structure.
Your worship, to Council Laurie, that's correct.
Okay. So I do look at that from an efficiency standpoint, and you brought up a good point about going from the aquatics to the arena. In our current joint recreation center, the arena staff and the dry field staff are actually shared. So the attendants that attend to the fields actually assist with the floods on the ice, whereas the aquatic staff are actually completely separate. The aquatic staff don't deal with anything except the aquatics. So if there was a component of this facility that potentially should be detached, I would recommend the future consideration of that be the aquatics addition and not the arena addition. It's a long way off, I understand that. Again, I think it still needs to be considered as we move forward with it, just so there is a good understanding of what may be where and what the intentions are in the future. I was a little surprised to, at this phase, all of a sudden see those structures separated. But
Your worship, just if I may provide some more commentary. This is a tricky part with phasing facilities, because ultimately this facility would not look like this if we were doing all three phases at one time. It would likely be long and would be backed up against the berm or the treed space there, and we would maximize the front of the property for parking and those types of things that would support the facility. And you'd likely see something similar to Leduc, where it's one long facility where it might take you 2 kilometers to walk from the parking lot and get to your aquatic facility, because everything's on either side and your entrances are on the ends of the common hallway space. These are the challenges when we're phasing in facilities over, we're talking about a $40 million facility today. It's going to be a long time before we can afford to do another $40 million facility on this site, and aquatics is, it's $35 million is what our projected was. Originally, we're in the $93 million overall. Arenas were roughly around the same price, about $32 million, and then our dry sport was about $25 million. Building them all at once, certainly you maximize your space. I think with the way that we're doing this in terms of a phasing, it makes it a bit more challenging for us to maximize that space. The architect has shown that whether it be arena or aquatics, we can certainly add that directly to that existing entrance. And the arena, which is planned to be the third phase, there would be more contemplation about how it attached to the end of the open field space. And certainly you're not opening that up because you don't want the cold and the warm space mixing and combining. But my suggestion is you displace the parking, you can move that thing closer, and you can probably achieve what we're trying to achieve. It just would take some design innovation in order for us to do that, and we're just illustrating that. You want a 2-sheet ice surface, then we can certainly accommodate it on the lands that currently exist at that location.
thank you. And I think it's important, just as we look, like I said, the study that was done, the needs that were identified. We have one regional partner who is identifying the needs in there in the ice surfaces in the city of Spruce Grove. we are looking at this point in time at identifying the need of the fieldhouse space. We have a third regional partner that maybe in future discussions we could have come to the table in regards to potential aquatic space. And so maybe that's something that as we look at the future phasing of this, maybe we consider whether that should be a part of the phasing of this facility, or whether in this terms of regionalism and how we work with our regional partners, if maybe that partner has an interest in undertaking a project such as that. So I can appreciate the comments, I appreciate that, and I think, yes, the complex concept makes sense as well, and I look forward to this project, moving this project forward, and hopefully not too many years down the road before we're talking about the next phase of it.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Loyens, any more questions, comments, and questions for clarity?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. In regards to the curling sheets on page 80, we talk about how it's almost $8 million extra, and it wasn't originally in the first plan. And we've heard that the curling club will give the $3 million that they were receiving from insurance. Can administration explain, one, why we went from 4 sheets that they had to the 6 sheets and the change in the flooring? Again, as somebody who enjoys curling and understands Bonspiels, I personally understand it, but just for clarification for our residents would be great.
Certainly. Your Worship, through to Councillor Loyens. So when it was lost, when the curling club was lost, they did go through their insurance, and their insurance said facility, $3 million will build you a sand facility, and you can get back up and start curling again. The curling club did meet with Curling Alberta, and they did some analysis and business case modeling as to should we just go back to a 4-sheet facility, whether it be sand or concrete, or should we look to the future and look to enhancing our facilities so that we have more opportunity to perhaps host Pinty's events that you see on TSN every single weekend, and host provincial playdowns and other events that frankly are economic stimulus opportunities for our community. So they made the decision that they would like to enhance their facility and go to that 6-sheet, and they would like to do it with a concrete floor, not a sand floor, because that provides more opportunity in the off-season, or it provides more opportunity in terms of them extending their season. There's just a lot more diversity in terms of their decision-making and their business model opportunities with the concrete floor. And the 6-sheet is the minimum that people will look at your location for hosting anything of value from a curling perspective. So Councillor Laurie did suggest that there was something at Enoch. Typically arenas come into play, and your finals get played on a 6-sheet facility, which 4 sheets are constructed and there's bleachers on either side. So it certainly positions the club to be able to, and our community frankly, to be able to host events that will impact the rest of our community in terms of people coming in and enjoying the space and enjoying what we have to offer from all the other great things that this community does provide visitors.
Okay, I appreciate that. Again, I enjoy curling. I grew up at a curling rink. I appreciate that. My next question is in regards to page 94, and again with the curling club, I look at and again, it's a picture, it's just the rough design. I see that there's no indication for like little rocks and things like that for younger kids who are learning. Has there been discussion with the curling club about allowing that to be a possibility? I know when we were in Sylvan Lake, we've seen the outer 2 sheets did have rings in the middle for the little kids. Again, is that a possibility, or is there no interest in that, or?
Your Worship, through the Council of Loyens, certainly I think the way that the curling space would be programmed would be a conversation that we would have to continue in dialogue about. I think there's opportunities and options for you to be able to shorten your ice and provide that. And I think that's a dialogue we would have to have with the club, and they would have to make that decision. And it would depend on the level of effort that they would want to undertake in terms of how quickly can you transition the ice to support little rocks versus taking out the hacks and rebuilding the ice in those locations. And it's a bit of effort to do that for sure, but I don't think it's out of the realm for that to occur. I think with a 6-sheet, it certainly provides the opportunity for that consideration. But again, that would have to be a dialogue that we would have to have with the club.
And one more question, Your Worship. In regards to page 88, when I look at the main parking lot, I can't really see the number, so please forgive me if it's wrong. I see 356 as the main parking lot. It could be 366, 56, 66, and then 10 stalls on the east side, which, again, I'm going to assume is staffing parking. Parking's always an issue at any type of rec place. Is that going to be an adequate amount of parking, or is that just parking zone for this first phase? And again, going back to what Councillor Laurie mentioned about this future area and readjusting parking and things like that, how can we ensure we have at least a minimum standard of parking to allow our residents?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loynes, fortunately, we have a really good planning department that has standards related to parking, related to square footage of particular buildings that you're looking to develop. And we also, BR2 is, they do this for a living, so they certainly wouldn't know how many spaces are required. Parking is a difficult conversation. When the facility's at the maximum it could possibly be, is there going to be enough parking? Probably, maybe, but I think the parking is designed in terms of the continual coming and going of the facility, and at the prime times of which the facility is in full operation, there's maximum parking available for people. The residential area, sure, I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know. I would have to stand to be corrected with my colleague beside me, whether or not we would permit parking on the street level, which would impact accessibility potentially of this particular, but I think Brickyard Drive is intended to be one of those connective loops. So perhaps the width permits some on-street parking. We also have the school to the south, which there's an opportunity for us to chat with the school and say, on weekends and evenings, is there an opportunity for us to use that from an overflow perspective? Certainly, as we continue to build out the other two phases, parking will have to be a consideration as we build out those other two phases. I would suggest that this may have some percentage for the aquatic facility, but would likely not accommodate 100% of what we would require for that. And certainly, if we're putting two ice facilities in there, Saturday night at the Glen Hall, you can see that that parking lot is quite large. It does not accommodate all the people that go to the Glen Hall. So we would certainly have to add parking for the arenas side of it.
Appreciate that. And I appreciate you saying that the colleague next to you, he's really good at his job, because earlier you commented that we have more ice than we have sidewalks. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Hanser, back to
I
you.
think I'm ready. I've been saving this up all night, but I haven't been thinking more about what I want to say than listening to what everybody else is saying, because I sincerely wanted that. So I may be saying what I'm going to say now more for the public, and particularly those who may not still be with us this evening, but who want to go back and check this council meeting out in the future. One of the blessings of having been around a long time is you get to see a lot of things done, a lot of things built, and you certainly remember some of the struggles and the debates and the battles that were fought around various things. So I do want to simply say, though, in contribution to design, when I had my deck done, I worked with planning department for a permit, and I came up with a design for a stairs that even allows people with mobility and handicap issues to do stairs and hardly notice they're on stairs. I got the deepest tread measurement that was allowed in code and the shortest stride. No, is this stride and tread? Whatever. The riser, the shortest riser, and the deepest tread that I could get. And you can come to my stairs on my deck, and I welcome you to come try them out. I'll invite our manager of community services to come and try out my stairs. Even I can run up and down those stairs like they're hardly stairs, but you still get the movement. It would help people who are recovering from surgeries, knee surgeries, hip surgeries, because doctors want you to do some of those motions that most people can't stand the depth of stairs to do. We've got that big long stretch in front of the windows, and it takes up more space because you stretch your staircase out, but you get easier to handle stairs for everybody, children, older people, and even people who think they don't have any issues. So just a thought, and I really do mean you can come by and have a look at my stairs, because they are beautiful. Okay, with that said, I want to say that I've thought about, while I read this package and got to this point, in all the discussions we've had around the community center, about the many facilities that I was privileged to be part of or saw built from my first time on council. And two of these facilities actually got carried forward with the last council. They were talked about in my previous councils, but the actual work had not begun. So I'll get those two out of the way right now. The library, the new library building, was talked about for years. And I think for a long time, people didn't believe it would ever happen. But lo and behold, during my time off of council, the previous council to this one actually stepped up and built that library. And what a fabulous facility it is. But there were people who thought that was frivolous use, frivolous money, frivolous way to commit the town to a bigger, newer space that maybe wasn't even needed. The other one is the downtown redevelopment, which included digging up all the infrastructure and replacing pipes, and then a couple of years later moving forward with the beautiful design that you came up with. Whether people like it or not, it's a far, far better downtown than it was before, and will serve our community into the future. With those gone, I was privileged to be part of councils that saw the TLC built, Heritage Park Pavilion and Heritage Park Center, the town hall, the fire hall, the water spray park, the upgrade to the pool, outdoor pool building, and the RCMP detachment. And I assure you, there were people in the community who thought that this was all ridiculous expenditure that was not needed. I want to speak a little more about three facilities. The TLC was not an easy decision. It was a hard-fought battle. 3 municipalities did not agree to the where and how it was going to be built and how it would be operated. And there were some really ugly moments around that building. But a location was picked and a design was created, and we had good people in charge of departments that enabled that to move forward. And 20-plus years later, we have a TLC building that originally cost, I believe, $28 million. If it was put off to today to build, we wouldn't afford it. It would be astronomical money. I dare say we wouldn't build it because of the money and the impact to 3 municipalities. But 20 years ago, 3 councils stepped out and created something that has had tremendous use and contributed in this region to wellness, to sports teams, championships being brought home, people being mobile, people feeling they have a place to go, being part of an exciting place that truly does belong to all 3 of us, Parkland County, Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, never mind that it's built in Spruce Grove. It's contributed to the economic boom in our region, And it seemed Spruce Grove almost doubled in size. Thank goodness the decision was made to move forward. And yes, we had a referendum and we decided to pay on it as we went, every single taxpayer in the town of Stony Plain. And now we have that facility, and yes, it takes money to upkeep, and yes, there are costs, but without it, what would we be? I want to speak to Heritage Park, 2 buildings, the pavilion. The idea that the old pavilion would be torn down, taken apart, and moved to Pioneer Museum was worked out, and a brand-new pavilion built with heat that enables us to use that year-round. That facility has served this community so well. The very concept of it, the unfinished look, if you want to put it that way, the openness, leaves that building open to just about any thought you can have about how you want to, what you want to do there and how you want to do it, as long as you can get the general manager in charge of community services and protective services to agree that it could be done, and get the council to agree. But honestly, even those battles are worth doing. The next phase wasn't so easily arrived at. It sat, if I'm not mistaken, I think it sat nearly 10 years because it was created and we didn't move forward with it. It sat. And during the time that it sat, the cost of that building skyrocketed. Thank goodness the council of the day stepped out in the face of opposition to it and said, it's not just for us, it's for our children and our grandchildren and new residents who will move to Stony. And yes, even those who live here and think they won't use it and say they won't use it, trust me, they use it. Heritage Center, the beautiful building that has been created there, has given itself, the whole grounds have given itself over to festivals like Farmer's Day, Blueberry Bluegrass Festival, the Kinsman Rodeo, the Kinsmen having place to do Christmas hampers, countless dinners, weddings, funerals even, meetings, all kinds of events that we would be less for not having been able to do those things here. The other thing is that all of that out there together have created a destination. I hardly go anywhere that people don't know about that center. And the usage, aside from COVID years, 2 COVID years, has grown and grown and grown. But had we not done that, the cost escalated, would have been escalated. How do I know? Because it sat. The plan sat. And then when it came back and we decided that we would look at this again, and frankly, I don't even know who pushed that, but it came back before council, and we thought this is an idea whose time has come. And yes, there was lots of opposition to such a big undertaking, such a costly undertaking. But everything seemed to move in the direction that we would go forward with something. However, there were some on council that wanted to redesign it. There were some that thought, and I even agreed with one of those people at one time, thinking maybe we should have it bigger. Maybe it does need to be bigger. What it was created for was great 10 years ago, 7 years ago, 5 years ago, but we didn't build it then. So maybe it should be bigger. And a cooler head in a mayor and others on council said, if we go back to the drawing boards, we've got to go from step one all over again and have this recreated. And how much will the cost rise while we do that? And we knew what was happening in the world of building materials. And we took the brave step. We're going to create it. Our people will use it. The whole region will use it. People beyond the region will use it. And then we won't worry about whether it's big enough today. So we gave up trying to redesign everything because we were beyond that, I believe, beyond this step. And lo and behold, we have our Heritage Park Event Center that has served us so well. That one building probably is the one building that makes me the proudest to have been on council, to have served with my colleagues and to step out in courage. And yes, it costs money. And yes, we faced opposition. There were people in the community who felt that just did not need to be built. So I'm going to encourage council to take courage in the face of all of that. People do need to be heard. We need to hear their concerns. But our job as councilors is to have a bigger picture view of our community and to plan for the future. For some of us, a future we may not even still be alive in. So I've got 4 questions to ask you, and then maybe a final statement. If not now, then when? If not this, then what? If not us, then who? If not this amount of money, then how much more will it be? So my encouragement is, be brave, my colleagues. Be brave. And let's do what we know is needed by our region, and that generations to come will thank us for it. And maybe some soul on a future council will say, thank God that that council decided to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hansford, and thank you for your commentary, and definitely appreciate sharing your words of wisdom of your experiences on council. Members of council, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, administration, please turn to page 88 of the presentation, page 88 of 104. Looking at the design, definitely the yellow is what we're contemplating today as phase 1 of the recreation facility. In terms of the open space that's right beside it, the future aquatics addition, in terms of planning, will that be used as an outdoor active passive recreation area that we can program, provide, maybe line a couple of soccer fields, whatever else that needs to be done, or that could be used as green grass parking for overflow?
Your worship, to yourself on those questions. I'd have to look at the slope in terms of what the drainage would look like there in terms of being able to use for passive recreation. I would assume that we would put that to grass, and there would be an opportunity for us to do some sort of passive, whether someone puts a picnic blanket down there and has lunch while they're waiting for a program to start, or something of that nature. I would not encourage people to park on the grass. That certainly is not something we encourage anywhere in Stony Plain. So if we intend for people to park there, I would say we'd probably design that as I don't want to say this, but a throwaway parking lot where we would strip the asphalt off when it came time to build this next phase and go from there. So I think we would prefer people park in the stalls and on the asphalt that's been designated specifically for that purpose. But we could certainly, once this all is completed and the grass is ready, there's several options that could be offered in terms of the best use of that space once we're finished our design.
Thank you. And I just want to jump into the conversation that Deputy Mayor had earlier regarding accessibility in terms of the design. 100%, I expect that the architect and our staff will build it to the full code, which is required by the provincial government or the federal building codes. But there has to be something said about lived experiences. We can have all the documents we want, but if we're not in that experience ourselves, to be not mobile, we don't know. A short while ago, Councillor Loynes and myself, and also Councillor Anderson, had an opportunity to meet with an individual from Disability Accessible by Design. I would actually ask and recommend that administration contact the company for them to have a view of what it is in terms of this recreational facility on the Phase 1. Like, it's just because it meets code does not meet lived experience. Okay. Good. Yes, do we have I'm not too sure, I'm not too sure if that was built into the project design or tender, but hopefully that there is the ability to have this reviewed.
Your Worship, yeah, as stated earlier, we can certainly talk to the architect. I'm not sure if they've done that level. They've got a wide suite of people that they chat with related to building design, so it's certainly something that I can talk with him this week about at our weekly meeting.
Thank you. Okay. And just my comment before I ask for motion, you know what, definitely this is going to be a project that I think most of us are looking forward to in the community. Will it be 100%? No. Will it address all the needs? No. As I mentioned earlier, it will evolve with the use of our community, how our community uses it, how they rent it out, how they program it, and how the residents grow around it. A couple of examples that we have in our community, as I mentioned earlier, was Heritage Park. Right? Never designed to host galas, 4-H shows, bus rodeos, but it does, it happens. It evolved for that use. We'll also look at the Meridian tennis courts. It was designed to be a tennis court. That is also designed and changed now through the evolution of use. There's 2 tennis courts there now and 4 pickleball courts. And as a community, we didn't say, well, this was designed for a tennis court and we're going to leave it as a tennis court. We didn't do that. We maximized the use of it as our community matured and grew. And also mentioned about Court 21. As a child, I went there many, many years in a row through school and even during the summer. Mainly a squash and racquetball place. But that also evolved and changed too. As the number of players diminished playing racquetball and squash, they turned to volleyball and some other different things that were happening there. Again, an evolution and change because of the use change. Not because it was designed to do that. So when we look at the final designs of Phase 1 of the proposed recreation center, we can sit here all night and talk about what we think we want to see it, what we believe will be the best. But sometimes it's just good to have it built and let the evolution of the usage of our residents and community groups program that space. You know, I think Councillor Laurie made a good point about there's no fitness equipment here, right? But do we need to have that here? Or do we let it evolve and design as the community says, you know what, we need this a little more? Right? There was mention about the TLC here quite a few times this year. The TLC also evolved in terms of design and what is getting used right now. Who would have guessed that there would be exercise equipment all around the walking track and running track? 20 years ago, that was not even contemplated. But as our community grew, the usage of our residents caused that evolution. That's what I see here. We're not going to get it right. So 100%, if you think this is going to be, Town of Stony Plain Council, hit the nail right on the head, 100% correct, you're fooling yourselves. Right. We're building something to the best of our ability that we think has the best potential for our residents. With that, thank you for the presentation. And I think you were fed a lot of questions, comments, a lot of things to think about as you go forward to the final stages of the tendering process, and then again, lobbying and applying for the grants. Thank you. With that, Councillor Loynes for the motion, please.
I move that Town Council direct administration to complete detailed design drawings and tender documents for the recreation facility, including a 6-sheet curling facility, and bring a funding report back to council before proceeding to construction.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. Members of council, I believe that we've commented on this quite a bit. Is there any further debate or commentary before we call the question? Okay. Before I call the question, I will support the motion. I think this is our largest and most ambitious project we've had in our community. From our humble beginnings as a small farming community to where we're now under 19,000 people. Most recent history, we have 4 large projects that we've actually done over the last 15 years with the Town of Stony Plain that has benefited our community. Each one of those projects, we don't know what the outcome was going to be. But council had the vision, and as Councilor Hamilton said, the courage to pull the trigger and do something. We talk about Heritage Park, phases 1, 2, and 3. That was a $14 million project altogether. Again, huge for our community back then. We had Veterans Boulevard, a $17 million project where we redeveloped our community north-south corridor on the east end. We also have the $17 million downtown redevelopment. Again, essential for the livelihood and the sustainability of the Town of Stony Plain and the downtown core. We also have the $28 million RCMP station that we partnered with the City of Spruce Grove. Those are all big projects within the Town of Stony Plain. And if we took them as one-off incidences, we would never build them because we would not see the big picture. As community leaders, we have to look at the big picture, the vision of the community, where we'll be through our MDP, which sets our vision and our pathway 25 years down the road, when we are actually 40,000 people, 30,000 people. Right? What are the amenities that our residents need? And I think this is what facility that, as Councillor Hanson said, will be for them, for our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, because it will be here long after we're gone from our council seats. I know that the actual value itself is staggering. $40 million is huge. This is our biggest project, as I mentioned earlier. And I know I and members of council will be watching that closely to see how close we come on that budget. We'll make sure that we'll all connect with our networks and ask for the sponsorships, champion this project, because I think there is a point where we have to decide. Because if we do a project that financially hurts the community, that's also bad. So we need to be cognizant of that. And that's why our role as elected officials is to, again, advocate and champion this project to all the user groups, the other levels of government, and our municipal partners. Okay. In terms of the budget going up to $40 million from the proposed 15, I'll have to echo the same comments that Councilor Fletchko said. Okay. Originally, the motion was for a $50 million build. That did not include the site and the site prep work. So when you add those two together, that was $18 million in terms of a project. We're looking at 23 million, more or less 25 million. So that's a 50% increase, which is in line with the estimates that we've seen about construction costs going up 40 to 50%. When we first made the approval, the Westwich Curling Club was still standing. That was never contemplated as part of the $15 million design. Today, we heard that the curling club is costing $8 million, right? You add $1 million for site prep, and looking at the proposed budget, there's 11% contingency and escalation fund. So that's $10 million built onto this project that we did not initially plan for. Right? So long as the number is big, there's also a lot more cost and another partner that we have with this project. So before I call the question, I just want to leave this into your thoughts as we continue to move forward and look for partnerships, grant applications. If you do not invest in yourself, who would invest in you? That's what we need to think about as a community. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. That's carried. Moving on to 9.4 of our agenda, looking at the Stony Plain Public Library Citizens at Large appointment. Administration?
Good evening, Your Worship. I'll be speaking to this matter. This evening, administration is presenting and recommending the appointment of a public member to the Stony Plain Public Library Board. Kelly Eros has submitted an application for the board. They have been interviewed and recommended have recommended that they put forward to appoint them to a one-year term. And I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have at this time.
Thank you very much. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? I have a question. In terms of the appointment for a one-year term, is this an appointment to finish up an existing term?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I would suggest that it is to finish up a term that's already been vacant by a previous public member at large. So yes, it would be for a one-year term.
Okay. I think Councillor Meyer brought this up previously when another member at large was appointed to finish off the term. There's some confusion if that individual could apply for another term. Is their confusion been clarified?
I believe it. Thank you, Mayor, once again, Your Worship. I believe that it is to run concurrent with the current membership of the board, so that when that term expires, they're all on the same cycle.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for clarity? No? Councillor Meyer for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I move that Town Council appoint Kelly Eros to the Stony Plain Public Library Board.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay. And move on before we go to council discussion. The last item, 9.4, we heard a new voice in the chambers, and that is our new General Manager of Corporate Services. Welcome, Mr. Morton. If you can just give yourself a little introduction and say hi to council and to the people that are in the gallery tonight.
Thank you, Your Worship, and hi to all members of council and staff that's in attendance here tonight and the members of the public. I am the new GM of Corporate Services here for the town of Stony Plain. I'm honored and thrilled and humbled, I would say, to serve with this council, with this staff, and for the members and the public and the residents of the community. I come from a background, a strong finance background. I've been in municipal government for 18 years in various roles, primarily in finance, and then evolved into the role of corporate services over the last 2 municipalities that I've worked with. Again, I'm excited to be part of this team and look forward to great things ahead with this council and this administration. Thank you for letting me speak, Mayor Choi.
Well, welcome to the organization.
Thank you.
Okay, move on to council discussion. We'll start with Councilor Plechko.
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Councilor Meyer.
I'm going to double that up and say nothing this evening.
Councilor Hansard.
I've talked myself right out. I have nothing.
Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will not take a pass this evening. Just a couple of quick things this evening. First of all, I just wanted to say a big thank you to the Class 6W from Stony Plain Central School. I had the opportunity today, they welcomed me in to go speak to a class of grade 6 students about local government and the different levels of government, and so it was a great conversation, a very lively and engaged group of students, some high potential of some future political leaders in there, though one was fixed on world domination, so maybe want to temper that one. It was great. We had a great conversation. We actually got into a little bit of a debate on projects such as a new pool versus fixing a road versus moving back to weekly garbage pickup. And it was really good to see them engaged in the discussion and talking about the pros and the cons, just like we do here in council, and having them understand that process and how it worked. And so it was fantastic. I did ask the students, I told them, I showed them our agenda, I told them that we had a meeting tonight, and I told them that there's an opportunity at the end of each meeting for us to bring things forward and to, you know, kind of ask our administration some questions or give them some points of community, what the community's saying. So what I received from them is the skate park apparently is in dire need of some repairs. There are several cracks and areas of concrete that are missing that turn to be quite dangerous to those users of the skate park. There was also expressed desire for an expansion of the skate park, which I know we have heard before in the past. We would also like to see a larger BMX dirt track. They quite enjoy the track that is there, but think that there could be some additions to it as it has stayed stagnant for quite some time. Now I understand that that's a partnership with the BMX Association, so maybe there's a little bit of a conversation to have there. They would like to see a new arena. So as we talk about the different wants and needs, we did talk about a swimming pool, but actually a majority of the class wanted to see a new arena before they wanted to see a new pool. I found very interesting. And the last one that I got from them was just the general snow clearing and repair of town sidewalks. I had a little girl who had unfortunately experienced a trip and fall on a disrepaired sidewalk, and I wasn't able to get the exact location to determine whether it was in fact a town sidewalk or not. But again, just obviously a lot of these students don't have driver's licenses at this point in their life and rely on modes of active transportation, and so they utilize those sidewalks a lot. So keeping them in good repair is very important to them. So if any of them are still watching, which most are probably in bed by this point in time, I told you I'd bring it forward, and I did. Other than that, just 2 quick points. I'm just wondering if I can get a bit of an update from administration on our snow removal. It does seem to be taking a little bit longer than normal, than we've experienced in past years for the residential clearing. Seems to be a little bit of either misinformation or misunderstanding in regards to our crew system. So if we could get a quick touch on that. And then just a general comment of lots of feedback this year from members of the public that would like to see the town start ticket and tow. I've heard many of residents express their frustrations of the crews in their area not able to do a complete and proper job because of the number of vehicles that remain on the street. So between ticket and tow and better signage and more advance notice are big ones. And then just the general inquiry about alleys. I know our alleys are typically done after the residential street clearing is completed, but some residents just wanting a confirmation that that will actually occur. So the time taking a little bit longer, quick touch on the crew system and about our alleys.
All right, I think the first question was, when's the new arena coming?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, thank you for the opportunity to talk about snow removal. It's certainly a very popular topic this time of year. As council is aware, we did start the residential snow removal program on January 17th. This was ahead of the normally scheduled level of service that the town operates. We did trigger the snow event ahead of the 10 centimeter snow pack. We did do it at around a 5 centimeter. With that, they gave us the ability of time and planning to better utilize resources and also implement some new ideas that came directly from our crews, which included moving some different resources around to enhance what our crews saw as a better way to try and do different things. So it gave us that breadth of opportunity to try new ideas. So that may be part of what some of the general public might be seeing is it is a little different this year because we had the opportunity to try some comments we've had from staff over the years. As an update to date, today they were operating the Brickyard and Willow Park areas. We do expect that the Brickyard will be complete very shortly, if not it was today. Tomorrow they expect to be operating in the Willow Park and Glens area. This will, in order to complete both neighborhoods, pardon me. Wednesday, they're expecting to be in Heritage Estates, and I expect to complete it that day. And Thursday, will be operating in Genesis Lakes. If all goes well and we continue to have good weather, we hope to have the residential snow clearing done this week. And that would then, as Councillor Laurie alluded to, then start triggering the alleys. We understand that the back alleys can be a frustrating point, as it is a major point of access for many of our residents in the old town and many areas across town. We do appreciate their patience. We do a tiered level of service down through the locals down to the alleys for the reasons that we had to make best use of resources and time, and we do thank them for their patience. If there is a specific concern that they would like us to focus on early on or get some comment from Public Works, we do encourage them to contact Public Works and discuss the matter directly with them.
Thank you. And then just one last thing, Your Worship. Just looking for an update from administration on the chamber audio system. It was particularly noticeable tonight during the presentation. There was cutting in and out of the presentation microphones and quite a bit of crackling. I know that that's kind of an ongoing issue in regards to the volume and the challenges we've had. Just wondering if we have an update on it.
Thanks, Your Worship, for the question through the rest of council. So I'll just allow a staff member to correct me, but I believe we have some parts or equipment is on order, and we're looking by the end of March, I believe I was told. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's all for me this evening, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Lyons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to point out that Deputy Mayor and myself are both wearing pink shirts today, and because we don't have a council meeting next week on February 22nd, it is Pink Shirt Day. It is a day that is recognized to stop bullying and to remember to be kind. And I proudly wear my shirt today, even though it is an early time, because 1 in 5 kids is affected by bullying. And having 3 kids of my own, I know 2 of them actually deal with it on a regular basis. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for bringing that forward and bringing some awareness to that. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of things, but I'm going to try to blow through these as quick as we can. Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Pink Shirt Day, all about promoting healthy relationships. And that's a foundation for us here at the town of Stony Plain. I know our community social development does a lot of work on enhancing inclusion, diversity, and promoting healthy relationships within our municipality. So thank you to them for all the work that they do. And on February 22nd, just the encouragement to wear a pink shirt, promote healthy relationships, prevent bullying at home, at school and communities, online, and even in the workplace. So thank you, Councillor Lyons, for bringing that one up. On the 24th, I know we have an event going on at the Heritage Park Pavilion there. This is our spring information night. This is, or sorry, 23rd, not 24th. My apologies there, Thursday. 6 to 8 p.m. There's over 40, I think close to 45 local sports organizations, recreational groups that will be there to take registrations, provide information, and whatnot. So a great place, free to the public, to get connected and see what the Tri-Region offers in terms of recreational opportunities there. And then finally, coldest night of the year, looking at, and again, coming from our community social development, looking at minimizing houselessness, providing support for our most vulnerable. Council, thank you to Councillor Laurie, has registered a team to participate in a fundraiser for the Parkland Food Bank. We are in a friendly competition, but yet still bragging rights with our neighboring municipalities. And so we would love your support in support of the food bank and ultimately in support of residents in our area who are in need. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate that. Again, let's highlight a few things. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, so make sure you take the opportunity to spend lots of money. That's how we keep the economy going, in terms of making sure that you're thankful for the people that are in your lives that provide the unconditional support to you. Also, what is it? Oh, on February 13th, Three Moons is having a grand opening. So definitely members of the community are invited. Pardon?
Today's the 13th, you mean the 17th?
Sorry, the 17th. Yeah, February the 17th. Thank you for that. Three Moons is having a grand opening, so make sure that if you have an opportunity, go check them out and give them support, as they're located in the Multicultural Heritage Center. And also that weekend, so February 20th is Family Day. Those that like to go fish but do not have a fishing license, this is your free ticket weekend. If you go fishing, you cannot get fined fishing without a license. So I know my father enjoys fishing, so we might have to take him out before he goes for his next eye surgery. So again, this is the family weekend. It is free fishing, so you don't have to have a fishing license. Oh, yes. And yes, and thank you much for Deputy Mayor. And those people that are in our community, we have a lot of storm ponds and in our community, and they're not safe to navigate. There's always flowing water underneath there, so please stay off the storm ponds, even though it is nice and it seems like it's safe, but it's not. And also on February 21st, the Greater Parkland Regional Chamber of Commerce is having a little town hall on crime. So they're talking with the local businesses. They're having one session in Stony Plain, one session in Spruce Grove, just asking residents how they're doing, what do they need in terms of support, and is crime an issue within their kind of localized area. And as also mentioned, on February 25th is the coldest night of the year. That is, pardon? 24th? 25th?
That's the 25th?
Okay, it is the 25th, so I did write that down right. Okay, February 25th is the coldest night of the year. Again, we have a council team that is raising money in terms of supporting the food bank. It's not a competition or anything, but we want to beat Spruce Grove and Parkland County. So if you have money, please donate it to us and not them. That's looking at our staff here.
They have their own team.
Okay, with that, that'll get us to our next council meeting. So thank you, administration, for providing the package and answering the questions and the presentations for us. And members of council, thank you for reading your packages and having questions and comments ready and prepared for tonight, because that does make sure that we do our job as elected officials to provide that leadership and guidance for our community. With that, we are adjourned.